So once again, door cars, so Limbo, come on down. So just as a reminder, Drag Race TV will be up in a little bit, and you can also check it out on Kyle Cycle's Facebook page. He'll have it up there too. So there's a bunch of ways you can watch the race. All right, here we go. Looks like we're going to get the first time runs going right about now. You see them pulling down, pulling all up, all falling all out. Looks like we're going to have Nick at Night, Bubba, and John Terry, the first two cars to go down here in Kyle Cycle's inaugural California Gold Rush weekend here today. Oh, it's not John Terry, so much fun over there. But it is Nick at Night. He'll be up here showing me, and we'll be up here talking with him. See, we're going to have some great conversation about what's going on. Nick at Night. He's been on a tear. He took a win up in Fallon, and which he should have beat semi-finals. Actually, he had all the semi-finals in one final. He wins. On Saturday, he wins both final rounds of one and Workman. And then he made it to the semi-finals. Back to back. Both guys pulled trip. racers, we need you to come on down, both do and go for your time runs that you're running today. And this is just for time runs, you're not for the fixed speed race. These are all time runs that you're following right now. looks like our buddy Bob. No, that's not Bob, man. No, it's not. Yep. Yes. Well, it looks like Bob Vance has an issue on the starting line there, ready to fracture. Hopefully it's nothing terminal. Shootout side went 455 at 152. little soft for that breaststroke, but this is a good pass. Nick and I gonna tag kick you all awake. That doesn't sound right. We're gonna be talking on the either or mic. Thanks, Gareth. So once again, in the lanes we should have for the Big C $25,000 shootout. We should have door cars with delay boxes. There's 24 of you. We should also have the no box cars. There's 8 of you. That's what should be in the staging lanes at this time. Well, we got a moment here. I want to thank everybody for joining us here at the inaugural Gold Rush here at Sonoma Raceway. We're glad to have you with us. We're glad to be back to racing. Just again, a friendly reminder, we are requiring masks to have people on the premises today. That is one of the requirements that was given down to us from the Sonoma County Office of Health. So please help us stay open and keep yourself safe by wearing a mask at all times. It would be much appreciated. Like Nick said, we're back into COVID-19 here, and we're required to have masks on at all times. That's even in the pits, walking around, especially going around. You know, I guess you can have it if you're in your car. You don't have to wear it. That's one. I don't think you can wear it under your helmet. Yeah, especially if you got a respirator in your helmet. That kind of defeats the purpose of wearing the mask and the respirator. You know, trying to make light of this whole situation, but it is a serious situation. It would be appreciated if everybody abides by all the rules by wearing your mask at all times around the racetrack. It's a drag, especially if you wear glasses and they fog up. Alright, so those guys got, looks like, yeah, I can't tell you, there's a budget from there, but, yeah, top sportsman, so I guess a little, maybe 2 in the 11. We'll get in with you guys with the 6-speed racing. We'll get into your first round of competition. what he did. He rented a motor for the weekend. Got it up and running. I don't know what these things are. Is it explode? Well, I gotta let you know that on this right side of winter circle, underneath the grandstand, if you guys are hungry and want some great food, I got the owner up here wanting to tell you that they are open. What kind of food you got for that? They got burgers, dogs, wraps, got nachos? Not today. There's a nacho dog. But they'll be open tomorrow as well as the cafe. So if you want some food, go right underneath the grandstand. Talk to the owner. The food is great. So go on and have some lunch if you did not bring any, and that's where to go. Notified. Turns on the red light. Hey, that's a K781, so that's Cam. Brian Cam, red Cam. Goes 80 on the tree, goes 84 miles an hour, 620. He's 82 at 86 miles an hour. And he told us, hey, we're having a fun day. Nick's going to come up here right after he does his time pass, give me a break. And then we'll get Peter Biondo after Nick. So once again, no box cars, no box cars. If you're just doing time runs, come on down. We're going to give you your second time hit, no box cars. Since you were the first two cars to have it, come on down and pick one up. You know, I can change my mind. Come on. Trip Zero isn't so much fun to get, so you might as well come down the last two cars, the dragster and the other one who's got a Trip Zero. Come on down and pick up, and come on up and pick up the stickers. Motorcycle goes 123 on the tree, goes towards the change. The Riley said, hey, it's 007. So, hey, you guys know the car in the Riley side business 007? You know what? I got a lot of 007 stickers. Send him up, I'll give him one too. Yeah, I kind of got a surplus of stickers this year. I don't know why. Maybe because we haven't raced. Like 472 or 147. And that should be it with the first round of everyone. And we'll be going into the second round of time rounds. We're going to start it out with no boxcar. And we're going to start out with the legendary Nick at Night Public in the Corvette. You know, I've seen Nick take cars literally off a rental-car and bring it to the racetrack and win. Figures out a car and can flat drive. I'll leave out the other word, but you can figure out what I'm going to put in there. This man can drive. He's got this Corvette. He's done it. The driver to make it work. I raced Nick a few times. He's a butt off me each time I race him. He's always trying to have momentum.
Help yourself stay safe. 28 on the tree for the Hammer. 019 for Shelby Williams in the Nova. She goes 677. Hammer trips the beam 695. Comes Stephanie Paz and Roy Castagnetto. Stephanie Paz, the Toyota side, the Nova, out of Cloverdale. Regular runner out here in the Pro ET category. And Roy Castagnetto, the A-Gas Shoebox Nova, the O'Reilly side. Roy's staged, Steph is staged. Tree drops. Stephanie Paz, 25 on the tree. For the Nova, she goes down, trips the 8th mile, about 621. 109. Roy Castagnetto goes 561 in the Nova. As still working on data entry here, but that looks like Steve Kasner. And I know this is Brian Cam in the Firebird, the O'Reilly side. This is his Super Pro car. Not to be confused with his Pro car, or his Sportsman car, or his Dragster. Or any of the other CHP vehicles that he happens to find that need a home. Guys, just a reminder, we are working on the sound system here, so we're working on getting the FM broadcast up, and we're working on getting the announcer feed into the live stream. Oh, hey, I've just been told by Warren that we got that. Hey, you hear me now? Am I too loud? Warren says I'm too loud. All right, so welcome to Drag Racer TV at Sonoma Raceway. People on the grounds are going to be able to log into Drag Racer TV and hear the PA. There's going to be a 45-second delay. However, you will be able to hear the PA while we still work out the FM transmitter issue. All right, guys, while it's quiet, the non-shootout dragsters can come on down for their second time hit. If you are not in the Fig Speed Shootout and you have a dragster, hey, come on down. Second time hit. We'd love to have you. All right, we're giving the signal. We're ready to rock and roll. Back at it with Steve Kasner, Brian Cam. Again, still working on data entry, so if I misidentify you or your car, please don't hold it against me. I'm doing the best I can with what I got. All right, so if you guys had perfect lights or a 007 in that last round, come on up to the tower for your stickers. Mr. Gary Carlson's going to hook it up. Kasner, 435. Brian Cam knocks the tires off. Ron Manley and Mitch Wharton, your next pair. Ron Manley, the Toyota side. Runner out of Vallejo. See him running Super Street most often. Goes 28 on the tree. 005 red for Mitch Wharton in the Cambird. Mitch goes down, gets there first. 629. 758 for Ron Manley. Very determined Bob Langston going by the tower here. I'd stay out of his way. Oh, I got a wave though. All right. Once again, the non-shootout dragsters, blue and gold run stickers, time trial, should be in the staging lanes. If you drive a dragster and you're not in the Fig Speed $25,000 shootout, hey, come on down. We got a time run for you. We got Dan DeVita out there working the gold dust here, so it's going to be a minute, but hey, just kidding. Minute's up. Burnouts. Let's do this thing. Larry Ball, the Toyota side, the big old Chevy pickup. Got a not on file in the 70 CUDA, the O'Reilly side. Yeah, both drivers are pre-staged. Larry Ball's staged. Tree drops. Larry Ball, 45 to the green side, 37 for the Mopar. 552 for the Cuda, 620 for Larry Ball. Saw Larry Ball, that means Kathy Ball's not far behind yet. She's in the water box. A couple more members of the Not On File crew here. Again, we're working on data entry, so if you have not filled out your tech card yet, please do so neatly, legibly, and completely. It would be much appreciated by the crew up here in the tower, by which I mean DJ, who's doing most of the data entry. .001 on the bad side for the Chevelle. 011 green for the Dodge Avenger goes 516, 131. As Kathy Ball and the Blue Nova approach the starting line. Kathy Ball, runner out of Napa, the 69 Camaro, the Toyota side. One of our Super Pro regulars out here. She goes 1 thou on the bad side. Big wheel stand for the Nova, gets it gathered up. Goes down, 703, Kathy goes 702. Bill Botello, the Toyota side. The Seas Candies Pontiac. Got a Not On File Camaro Roadster, the O'Reilly lane. Oh, Camaro makes a move towards the center line, gets it gathered up. 614, 502 for Bill Botello. Ted Kellner, the Toyota side. Driving the altered wheelbase Chevy Vega. .21 light for the Vega, left second, 16 light for the split window Vet. Corvette gets there first, 590. 603 for the Vega. Bill Hurd, Division 6 runner, the Pinto, the O'Reilly side. Got a Not On File Nova, the Toyota lane. Nice wheel stand out of the Nova. 38 on the tree. Gets treed by the Pinto. Pinto goes 22. Pinto gets there first. 580, 118 miles an hour. 644 for the Nova. As the Corvette Roadster and Hugh Muller approach the starting line. Corvette leaves, makes a turn, gets it straightened out. Maverick leaves, eventually. 679, 104. Somebody forgot to turn their crosstalk off. 1.25 on the tree. Comes John Boots Bruquette in the Nova, the Toyota side. Usually see him running in the C-Gas category. And we got the early bird, the Ford T-Bird, the O'Reilly side. Ah, 002 light for Boots, 004 for the Thunderbird. This was actually a race, that'd be pretty interesting. But 683 for Boots, 697 the T-Bird. If anybody here's pitted with Boots, hey, send them on up. 002 sticker on us. Justin Strom, the Corvette Roadster, the Toyota side, approaches the starting line. See him out here running Super Gas, Super Pro, just Super anything. All right, tension in the pits. This is the first call. The $25,000 Fig Speed Shootout. Looking for door cars. These are door cars with delay boxes. There's 24 of you. Start heading down. Once again, Fig Speed, $25,000 Shootout. Looking for the door cars for their second time run. Start rolling them in. Dragsters should already be here for their second time run. The ones that are not in the shootout. Sean Ealing went 003 red, trying to show off. Comes Ted Seipel and Byron McCulloch. Ted, the Ferrari, the Toyota side. Byron McCulloch, the Camaro in the O'Reilly lane. Nice light for Ted, 28 on the green side. He goes 642, 673 for Byron. Dan Bagwell, the Cougar, the Toyota lane. Not on file, wheel standing station wagon, the O'Reilly type. Didn't get a wheel stand out of that one. So once again, for the Fig Speed $25,000 shootout, we have called door cars. We have called door cars. These are door cars that have delay boxes for the Fig Speed shootout. Start heading down to the staging lanes. So once again, Boots, when you get a sec, come on up to the tower. We got something up here for you. You earned it yourself with a 002. All right, guys. Once again, shootout door cars. If you are in the Fig Speed $25,000 shootout and you drive a door car that has a delay box, come on down to the staging lanes. Fig Speed $25,000 shootout. Door cars. Staging lanes, please. Thank you very much. Bob Nance out of Napa, the Toyota side. Staged up and down they go. Bob Nance 14 on the tree. Mystery Dragster 001 the O'Reilly side. Dave Morgan out of Concord, the Toyota side. Dave just picked up a Wally out there in Fallon, Nevada a couple weeks ago. Not on file Dragster, the O'Reilly side. Oh no, hey, look at that. I got data.
Oh my God.
Carson Campbell out of Olympia, Washington. 565 cubic inches, the O'Reilly side. I don't have to go off memory anymore. Hey, this will be pretty good. Nice light, Dave Morgan, 002 on the tree. How about a sub 1 second 60 foot? He goes 438, 158. 475 Carson Campbell after an fairly impressive 10 light. Got Sean Hart, the O'Reilly side, out of Layton, Utah. As we keep on going through the second round of Dragster time trials. Again, the Fig Speed $25,000 shootout. The door cars should be in the staging lanes for their second time run. Fig Speed door cars. Time run number 2. There should be 24 of you. Staging lanes, please. .003 red for Sean Hart, goes 455, 151. Carl Canavo, Paul Nero. Paul Nero, former top dragster champion out of Eugene, Oregon, the O'Reilly side. The 14 undercover. Carl Canavo out of Las Vegas in the Toyota lane. .006 light for Paul Nero, 011 for Carl Canavo, 443 Nero, 473 for Canavo. John Tobias, John Prop, your next pair. John Tobias, the home-built dragster, the Toyota side. Chevy 305, that's about the smallest motor in a dragster you're going to see all day. John Prop out of Auburn in the O'Reilly side. All right, tension in the pits. Fig Speed, $25,000 no box. Looking for the no box cars. There's all 80 of you. Fig Speed, $25,000 shootout. Looking for the no box cars to the staging lanes. The door cars should already be here with the delay boxes. John Tobias goes 597. John Prop goes 484. Ted Van Mid III out of San Geronimo, the Toyota side. And Sean Steele Sr., the O'Reilly lane. All Forums Express, S&S Customs, 532 cubic inches of Chevy, the O'Reilly side. Again, these are time trials today. We're going to go through this rotation at least 3 times, hopefully 4 or 5. So you guys should get a good number of time trials today. Again, Fig Speed. No box. Should be headed to the staging lanes. Fig Speed, no box. 006 red, Sean Steele. Ted Van Mitt, well, we'll be nice to Ted. We won't announce his reaction time, but he's going to try to improve it next time. Bo Hicks, Tyler Myrup. Myrup, the O'Reilly side. Sandy, Utah, Pete's Diesel Repair. Bo Hicks, the Toyota side. 605 inches of Chevy. These guys are in the water box getting ready to go. Dan Naylor, Hurricane Racing Engines, the Toyota side. So that turbocharged LS motor. And Chandler Mazier, O'Reilly side. .013 light for Mazier. .024 Dan Naylor. It's going to be Dan down there. 443. 157, 491 for Chandler Mazier. Chuck Babcock, Kevin Johnson. Chuck's out of Yorba Linda, California, the Toyota side. Kevin Johnson, the O'Reilly lane. He had a little bit of a further drive. He's out of Draper, Utah. Got people from all over out here supporting the inaugural Gold Rush. Very cool. Well, we'll be nice. Those lights didn't start with a 0. We'll just leave them there. Again, you join us at the inaugural California Gold Rush. This is Fig Speed Thursday. Brought to you by West Coast Architectural Sheet Metal and many other sponsors. B&G Tire sponsoring the Drag Racer TV live stream. Big thanks to Kevin and B&G Tire. Got lots of great prizes for you guys this weekend from A1 Performance, Goodyear Hoosier Racing Tire, Mazier Enterprises, among others. Big thanks to everyone for supporting the event, supporting Sonoma Raceway as we get back to drag racing here on the West Coast. 003 light for Terry White out of Minden, Nevada, the Toyota side. Adam Hicks goes 11 on the tree on his 613 pass in the O'Reilly lane. All right, guys, while it's quiet, just going to recall a couple of classes that may not have heard me the first time. For the Fig Speed $25,000 shootout, we need the door cars and the no box group. They should be in the staging lanes now for time trial number 2. The Fig Speed Shootout door cars and the no box cars should be in the staging lanes for time trial number 2. I've been given a nickname. It's no longer West Coast Architectural Sheet Metal. It's just West Coast ASM. So anytime you hear that, that's what we're going to roll with.
Good.
Again, big thanks to everybody for joining us out here. One of the requirements from the Sonoma County Office of Health is that everybody needs to be wearing masks while on the premises, also maintaining a 6-foot social distance whenever possible. This is to help to avoid the spread of the COVID-19 virus. So we want to thank you all for your participation and helping keep yourself safe, as well as helping keep us open under this recent health order. Basically, this is the rotation. We're right in the middle of the second rotation. We're going to keep this rolling just about as long as we can. Hopefully, the time trial guys get a minimum of 3 time trials. We're hoping for 4 or 5. We do have to run the Fig Speed Shootout to completion tonight, ideally, so that's going to be the goal. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Fig Speed Dragsters to the staging lanes, because that's more important. Fig Speed Shootout Dragsters looking for you to the staging lanes for the second time run. No, so for those of you who don't know, my name is Nick Bublitz. I'm not your normal announcer here. That would be Mr. Gary Carlson, who is currently adjacent to me here in the tower.
On my phone.
Yeah, he's keeping busy. I'm normally the announcer up at Reading Drag Strip, which is, give or take 200 miles north from here, but it's a smaller facility, but we do our best to put on a good show. We're going to be having a race next weekend. That's July 11th. It's going to be a Wally race on Sunday, so if you got nothing to do. All right, guys, ready to get back to it. Lanes 14 and 15, suit up, please. Lanes 14 and 15, suit up. You're coming out next. So we have called all the cars for the Fig Speed Shootout for their second time trial. Should be down in the staging lanes. Gary Carlson is threatening me with the Frias, which is his infamous free Prius that he has, that is possibly the ugliest car known to man. And apparently it's going to win to 10 grand on Sunday. So look out. Gary's coming for you, or rather, you're coming for him, because he's going to be a long way down the racetrack. All right, moving into the shootout time runs. Doug Bracey, Leroy Duran, your first pair. Leroy won a lot of rounds up there at the TNA race a couple weeks ago. He's in the O'Reilly side out of Sun City, Arizona. Doug Bracey, see this guy here all the time. Vallejo Coin Exchange, the Toyota side. Driving the Cavalier, which certainly didn't come with 600 cubic inches of Chevrolet in it, but it has now. Bump, bump, bump. Staged. Doug Bracey. 2 thou reaction time advantage. Goes 451. 724, Leroy Duran. Jonathan Fiello, Yucaipa, California. Pair of Camaro Roadsters here. He's on the Toyota side. The O'Reilly side, none other than Marco Peravalaris out of Petaluma in the O'Reilly lane. The college graduate. The college grad takes Fiello to school. How about 012 on the tree for Marco? 482. 506 for Jonathan. Ken Swo, Oregon City, Oregon. A 72 Capri. You know, in the States they called this a Mercury. In Europe it was just a Ford. But when they brought it over here, they said, hey, you know, call that a Mercury. J.R. Learcamp, O'Reilly side. Out of Washington. Corvette Roadster. J.R. Learcamp, 529, 575 for Ken Swell. Robert Butler and Randy Cloud, pair of runners out of Sacramento. Robert Butler, 69 Falcon, the O'Reilly side. Randy Cloud, the Maverick, in the Toyota lane. 69 Maverick. I would have swore 70 was the first year for a Maverick, but what do I know? I'm corrected, it is 69. 10 on the tree for Randy Cloud. Right, Robert Butler's right there with him, 011 green. Goes 688, 685, sorry, 585, Randy Cloud. Jamie Harrison. Harrison Family Racing, the Toyota side. 70 Nova. See Jamie out here pretty often in the Pro ET category. Chris Nafziger. Henderson, Nevada, the O'Reilly side. The Corvette Roadster. Looks like a C5. Harrison, 011 on the tree. Off the bottom, she is banging it today. 006 for Chris Nafziger. 722 for Jamie. 504 for the Corvette Roadster. Brings up Dennis Paz and Dave Mazier. Dennis Paz, the Wild Willies out of Stockton, the O'Reilly side. 41 Willys pick-em-up truck. Dave Mazier, the Cavalier Roadster, the Toyota lane. A couple of good lights here. 29 on the tree for Dennis Paz. 033 Dave Mazier. Gonna be Mazier down there. 485, 142, 639 for Dennis. Chuck Hawks Sr., Tucson, Arizona. The S10 pickup, the Toyota side. Daniel McClellan out of Orange, California. The Dragon Wagon, the Malibu, the O'Reilly side. Nice 004 light for Daniel McClellan. 17 on the bad side for Chuck Hawk. Again, that's what all these time trials are for. We're going to keep trying to work you guys through so you can get used to everything and have your best shot. Thought that was Larry Scarth earlier, and look at that. It's Larry Scarth, the bubble top, the Toyota side. And Shane Thompson, 67 Nova in the O'Reilly lane. Larry Scarth, one of the few Studebaker pilots you'll see out here from time to time. And he owns the second perfect light of the day. Hey, Larry Scarth goes trip zip, 656. Shane Thompson, 492. Down on the big end. Kenny Snow and Don Mazier, your next pair. Don Mazier driving one of those Chevy Cobalt things. He's in the O'Reilly side. 69 Chevelle for Kenny Snow, the Toyota lane. These little Cobalts make great race cars, especially when you build them on a chassis, basically throw all the Cobalt bits underneath the way. You're left with an aerodynamic body that's less affected by the wind than your typical race car might be. Bump, bump, bump. Staged. Tree drops. Wheels up for Kenny Snow. 016 on the tree, but Don Mazier had him. with an 11 green. He goes 452. 564 Kenny Snow. Dave Cook, the beautiful Thunderbird, the O'Reilly side. Frequently see him running this in Super Gas. He's out of Novato, California. He gets to drive home and sleep in his bed tonight. He's only about 10 minutes away. Wes Anderson, the 27 Roadster, the Toyota side. Very similar reaction times. They're within 2 thou. 39 for Cook, 41 for Anderson, 540 Anderson, 572 David Cook. Cook Family Racing. Here comes Jason O'Terry and Sean Steele Jr. Not to be confused with Senior. Junior here piloting the Firebird, the O'Reilly side. Jason O'Terry, Abruzzi Transin Converter, and the other Firebird in Toyota, Abruzzi. There you go. That's a region of Italy that you don't hear very often. That's actually where I'm from, so go figure. Jason Atteri, dime on the tree, 699, 107. 560 Sean Steele. Jeff Broussard, the retired teacher out of Novato. The Sonoma pickup, the Toyota side. And Sean Schaefer, Boise, Idaho, the Chevelle, the O'Reilly lane. Jeff Broussard takes a little too much out of the box. He goes 009 on the bad side. 20 green for Sean Schaefer. Christopher Martin out of Brentwood. C6 Corvette, the Toyota lane. LS7, this is the first automatic C6 to run in the 9s in the quarter. Cliff Hall out of Carmichael. The 64 Falcon in the O'Reilly lane. Cliff Hall's been on a hot streak. He's been taking most of these COVID races. He goes 16 on the tree. Goes down, trips the lights, 653. 656 for Christopher Martin. Michael Pliska, Justin Lamb. Justin Lamb, the many-time stock super stock champion. The Toyota side out of Henderson, Nevada. Driving one of those Chevy Cobalts we were talking about earlier. And Michael Pliska, Oregon racer, the O'Reilly side. Pre-staged. Bump, 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 bump. Pliska's in. Justin Lamb, bump, bump, bump. He's in. Tree drops. 011 light for Michael Pliska, and Justin Lamb answers right back with a 003. He goes 542, 126, 599, 115 for Mr. Pliska. Brian Cam, Jake Guadagnolo. Brian Cam, former Division 7 sportsman champion. The Toyota side, driving his Camaro. And Air Jake Guadagnolo out of Linden. Brought the wifey out, the O'Reilly side, with the rental motor. Jake's going to try to set it on the bumper because wheelies win races.
Well, I'm looking out here as I'm taking a second from Nick. I see Jamie Harrison sitting out there. Must be Will Harrison somewhere around coming up. So, hey, Jamie, can you hear me?
Yeah, Jake did that wheelie thing. He goes 19 on the tree. Rear wheel 60 foot. How about 639, 104 for Air Jake. 807 for Killicam. Jeff LaSalle, Tim O'More. Jeff LaSalle out of Cloverdale driving the 67 Coronet. See him out here all the time. running Pro ET. You see him running up and down the West Coast. Big Bucks races. No one ever really talks about the car. It's a beautiful 67 Coronet. Car's got the original paint on it, and it's got a nice shine to it. Tim O'More. The 88 Camaro, 3rd gen in the O'Reilly lane. All right, guys, just got the word. No box. Time trial number 3. No box for your 3rd time trial. If you are not in the Fig Speed Shootout, come on down. No box. Time trial number 3. And this is the part where you get to hear the sweet sounds of Gary Carlson, because I'm going to run away.
All right, well, that was Nick at Night Bubble. It's the legendary Nick at Night on the mic for a little bit. Here we go. We got Kevin Heffington and Zach Meyer in the O'Reilly lane out of California in the 2011 Mulls Dragster, going against Kevin Huffington out of Moxie, Washington. He's a refrigerator tech. He turns the light on 033, and Zach goes 007 on the tree. So if you guys know Zach Mercy, who just went down the track in the O'Reilly side, hey, send him back up to the tower. He's got a little sticker that says 070 to him. He goes 480 at 144 miles an hour. Kevin goes 438 at 160. Chris Northrup out of Boise, Idaho. All-American Towing, 2006 Racecraft dragster in the Toyota side. And we got another dragster with no name on it. We're just going to say no name, not on file. Hey, that's a big family here at Sonoma Raceway. Not on file in the O'Reilly side. I'll be taking you up for a little bit until we get Peter Biondo on the mic. And if he wants to do that, we'll get him right up here now. Can let him take a few hits on the mic today. Chris goes 532 at 127 miles an hour, 018 on the tree. Riley side goes 009 on the tree, 503 at 135. Mark Campbell from Olympia, Washington, and Will the Thrill Harrison from Tracy, California, in the O'Reilly side. All right, Will the Thrill Harrison over in the O'Reilly side. The dragster I affectionately named last year the Beast, Mark Campbell, in the Toyota side. Hey, we're going to have Peter Biondo up here at the beginning of the 3rd round of time runs. He's going to be taking you through the 3rd round. It's nice to have a break. I mean, yeah, I've done this like for 3 years. In a ET race, you start at 8 o'clock in the morning and you don't stop talking to like 6 o'clock. It could drive you totally insane, some of the stuff you come up with. I come up with some stories that, hey, I got to watch my P's and Q's because we're on TV today. Harrison goes 017 on the tree, goes 453 at 154 miles an hour. Campbell, he goes 044 on the tree, goes 453 at 154. Hey, if anybody knows John Boots Burkett, have him come up to the tower. We got a little thing because he went 002 on the tree. We have an inaugural 002 thing. We usually give away $2 bills, but there's something added today. The first one got a 002 since I had them printed up. John gets the inaugural 002 sticker. All right, Justin Morgan out of Concord, California. In Toyota side, going against Mark Yeager out of Hollister, California. He's got West Coast ASM. Now they were just talking about that. And the Toyota side, DeNova Homes for Justin Morgan. Man, you couldn't ask for more beautiful weather that we have here in Sonoma County. Beautiful day, sun's out. 040 on the tree for Justin Morgan. He goes 457 to 151. Mark Yeager goes 001, just misses the perfect lake, goes 439 at 159. Dean Hall out of Guerneville, California. He works over at Corbell. Yes, Corbell the winery out there in just a little outside Guerneville. On the Toyota side. Going against Jay Cameron from Bakerville, California. The 50-year-old auto body tech. Yeah. Corbell, man, it's right out there. You go out River Road, you can't miss it. You know, just take a nice drive out there. They got a nice little winery out there. Great wine tasting area. I mean, used to go there a lot, man. You say, I'll go out to I'll stop and have a glass of wine or something, then go finish up for the rest of the day. Yeah. Dean Hall goes 041 on the tree, goes 449 at 155 miles an hour. Cameron goes 486 at 143 with 010 on the tree. Yeah. So if you're ever out there heading out to Guerneville and you're on River Road, hey, stop over at the Corbell Winery. Why not? It's a great place to spend a few hours. Logan Warr out of Edra, Utah, going against Chris Forsett from Lake Elsinore, California, in the O'Reilly side. Yeah, it's one of the great things about living out here in Sonoma County. You have a lot of great wineries. If you just don't feel like doing anything fun, have anything planned on a Sunday afternoon, you can just get in your car and have a designated driver and go around and hit a couple of wineries, man. It's a great drive, always beautiful country. That's one thing about that. And stop off, have a great wine, taste some wine as soon as they get back over from this coronavirus crap. All right, we need box to the lanes for the Fig Speed Shootout. Box cars to the lanes. We need box cars for the Fig Speed $25,000 shootout to the lanes. Should be 24 of you guys. All right, Logan Ward went 003 in the tree. Farsworth went 006, 448 at 153. Logan goes 462 at 149. Andy Morris out of Olympia, California. Steve Will from Fortuna, California. Hey. He has a trucking company out there, does Steve Will. It's called Steve Will's Trucking. Well, hopefully everything's okay with Steve Will's car. You know, it's not a good thing to see when you see everybody pushing him back. It might just be a reverse problem, but it looks like that's what it would be. Looks like he's going to go forward for this time hit. So once again, box door cars, Fig Speed, $25,000 shootout cars, 24 of you, to the lanes. Fig Speed, $25,000 shootout box cars, to the lanes. Well, it looks like Steve Will's car did not respond. He's pulling it over to the side. They're probably just going to push it back because he's stopped out there. So everybody's going to run out. Run, everybody, run. It's like that Forrest Gump movie, Run, Forrest, Run. Here we go. There we are. Everybody's running. They're going to push him back. Andy Morris goes 022 on the tree, goes 454 at 152. So as they got a little bit of time as they're pushing Steve Will back, we're going to be here all day today, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Well, tomorrow will be the Pandela Race Engines. $10,000 to win, $2,500 runner-up, $750 semis. And if you make it to the sixth round, you'll get $500, fifth round $3, fourth $2, and if you make it to a third one, you get $100. Hey. You know, and if there's time permitting every race starting tomorrow, they may have buybacks. So it's all on time permitting. And they got good best losing packages each day. That's Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. They got round one. They've got some stuff from A1 Performance Torque Converters. They got Goodyear tires, got stuff, Hoosier tires, got a bunch of stuff. CRE Racing and Kasner Racing's got a $500 gift certificate. LSM, Proline. There's a bunch of good stuff that they're giving out each day starting tomorrow. All right. Jack Sadler from Henderson, Nevada. Steve Kasner out of Sheridan, California. CRE. Hey, he's the guy that's giving out best losing package. $500 gift certificate for round 5. Wow, man, there's a lot of good stuff going on each day. A lot of good packages, good prizes, as you would call it. Even if you lose, what the heck? Hey, Jack Sadler, 007 on the tree, goes 479, 142 miles an hour. Steve Kasner, 007 red, goes 436 at 159. Hey, if you know Jack Sadler, you're pitted next to him or you're a member of his team, tell him to come up and see us in the tower. He'll get a 007 sticker. I'm generous today. I got lots of them. Didn't have a lot of races, printed up a lot of stickers. So, hey, come on down, Jack Sadler, and get one. Dustin Henches and Tom Bear, like the Aspen Bear. You know, Riley Lane, Sherry Valley, California. Lucas Oil is his sponsor. And the live stream presented by B&G Tire out of Napa, California. They're putting up to get Drag Race TV to get us on there and make us look good. And maybe not sound real good, but, you know, they think they've got that figured out. All right, Bear turns on the red light, goes AA red. Hey, Dustin Henches takes a Trip Zero light. Totally. If you know him, send him on up, too. We might as well give some stickers away today. Dustin goes Trip Zero on the tree, goes 471 at 147 miles an hour. Thomas goes 458 at 151. David Meyer out of Sheridan, California, on the Toyota side. Megan Molinari. Indy O'Reilly. These masks keep getting in your way. Indy O'Reilly side, they fall off, they make you sound bad. But hey, we got to do this as a COVID-19 stuff. All right, David turns the lights on. 009 on the tree goes 479 at 144. Megan, 014 on the tree goes 420 at 165. J.R. Learcamp on the Toyota side, and the legendary Marco Perovalaris out of Petaluma, California. Pinella Race Engines is his sponsor in the O'Reilly side. All right, so what we have right now in the staging lanes, we should have no box and box time run only cars. We have not called the shootout cars yet. Okay, so just in the lanes have been called. There's no box and box time runs only. Okay. J.R. Learcamp, 017 on the tree, goes 466 at 148. Marco, 006 on the tree. Man, that kid can cut some lights. Goes 441 at 157. Hannah Cook. And watch Hannah go all the way to the rags. I remember when she was driving junior dragster. She went from a junior dragster to a 10-second Chevelle and made a giant leap into the dragster. Hannah Cook, 18 years old, out of Novato, California. Turns on the red light, 007 red. William Flores goes 018 on the tree, goes 484 at 142. Hannah goes 458 at 150. Greg Hicks and Dylan Hugh out of Hugh Racing in the O'Reilly side. Hey, we got a lot of cars out here, a lot of good cars today. It's great. Greg Hicks, North Las Vegas, Nevada. Over in the O'Reilly side, all right, 025 for Greg Hicks. He goes 465 at 147. Dylan Hugh goes 476 at 145. 017 on tree. Great lights in this class. All right, Sean Schaefer and Leroy Durham out of Sun City, Arizona, where he's a professional poker player. Tom Byers School of Drag Racing in the O'Reilly side. Sean Schaefer out of Boise, Idaho. That's about all I got on him. It says Boise, Idaho. That's it. Schaefer, nice light, 017 on the tree. Dorn was early with an 020 red. He goes 487 at 141. 465 at 148, 017 on the tree for Schaefer. All right, Shane Morinelli out of Battleground, Washington. M&M race car. Pete Cadera, Elk Grove, California. Yeah, just a little bit rusty at this. Have been off the air for like 6 months. Since our opening night, Wednesday night. And I said to everybody, you know what, we're going to be lucky if we're racing here for a while. And hey, unfortunately, I was right. I hate being right. But it's been all for the good. We're all getting better. We're all getting over this. And we get it under control just a little bit more, we'll all begin to do more stuff and have more freedoms again. But we all have to do what we do. Again, we all have to wear a mask no matter where we're at here at Sonoma Raceway. This weekend, I know it's a drag, but that's the rules Sonoma County wants us to abide by, so that's what we do. Everybody wear masks all the time. The event is... And Shane Molinelli turns an 003 on the tree, goes 443 at 158. Pete goes 014 on the tree, goes 440 at 160. But it's all for the good. The more we do to keep ourselves from spreading it, and we get better, and we can go on and have more fun drag racing. Chris Nortrup, Toyota side, Boise, Idaho, 68 Camaro. Shane Thompson, Henderson, Nevada, in the O'Reilly lane. We're getting pretty almost done with dragsters here, and then we'll be turning the mic over to the legendary Peter Biondo for the next round. Oh, 14 for Chris Northup. He goes 655 at 104 miles an hour. Shane Thompson goes 036 on the tree, goes 454 at 152. All right, no name on this one. I believe this is going to be the last dragster. And then we're going to be into the next round, and we're going to get Peter Biondo up here momentarily. And let him take you through for a little bit. Nick at Night, he's in the lanes. All right, nice light by that dragster. Old 13 on tree goes 479 at 144. All right, that I think concludes the second round. All right, so we're going to be going back into the third round of time runs, starting with no box and box cars. Hey, so okay, give you a little rundown for the next 3 days after today. Friday was going to be a $10,000 shootout win. Saturday's going to be a $20,000 shootout, and Sunday's going to be the least of the ones with a $10,000 win. They pay all the way up to the third round on Sunday. Hey, if you make it to the third round on Sunday, you'll get $100. If you make it to the third round on Saturday, you get $150, and same with Friday, $100. Hey, they pay out pretty well. We're going to get Peter Biondo up here in a moment. To do this, we're getting a little track prep. Make sure Danny's out there making sure everything's nice and clean for the next round of the competition, checking out the track. Just remember, it is 8th mile. You know, you're not going to get any stickers. I know I've said it before, but you're not going to get any time after the 8th mile, so don't run it out the back door. So right now we're hoping to get some more races up this year. Door cars, non-shootout, should be in the timing range. Be in the lanes right now. Door cars should be in the lanes. Non-shootout. So if you guys would got a little quietness here, if you know John Boots Burkett, you know, send him up here. We got a inaugural $2 thing that I'm doing. He'll get the first one that I had printed up this year and haven't had a chance to give him out. So, John, you get the first $2 bill with the first Sonoma Raceway 002 sticker to go with it. All right, and if you've turned a 007 or if you've turned a Trip Zero today, come on up. We got stickers for you for that. Trip Zero and 007 stickers. No, usually about this time of the year, I'm like light on stickers because I have to order you have to order a whole bunch of more stickers, and my sticker guy always takes his time when I order them. But hey, this year I have an abundance because I ordered more when I thought we were going to be racing a lot more, and now I have an abundance of it, of Trip Zero and 007 stickers. And also, while we're quiet, I want to give a shout out to the fire safety crew and Brian Taylor and all the rest of the crew out there on the starting line. Will stand out there all day long and make sure you guys get your starting line cleaned and safe. And the guys that fire crew that have to go out there and hopefully not be used all day today. They can sit in their truck in air conditioning, and that is their goal, just to sit around and do nothing. All right, right now we're going to take a little bit of a lunch break, and we'll get back to you, get you running in your third time runs. So as soon as we get this taken care of, like eating, we'll get you guys running. All right, we got Mr. Peter Biondo of Biondo Racing up here. He's going to take you to the next round of time trials. So here he is, the legendary Mr. Peter Biondo.
For a minute, I thought you came from New York.
I do come from New York.
The way you said Peter.
You're hanging around you and I'll start talking like that again. Took me years to get rid of it.
All right, so once again, we are having some technical difficulties with the PA system and the radio station. We will get it fixed. Just be patient. Danny's working on it. But Warren is in the house and Drag Racer TV is in the house. So if you're in your motorhome or trailer and you can tune in and log in to Drag Racer, Warren, what is it again? Drag Racer TV. That was easy. As Nick Bublitz and Mike Cunningham make a checkout pass right there. 060 for Mike. Nick Bublitz is 031. This is 8th Mile Racing. This is their third session. We intend on continuing on and give you guys and gals plenty of hits at the track today to get tuned up and dialed in for the rest of the week. Mark Beeben and Rich Fernandez. Beeben stops the 8th mile clocks at 6:75. Rich Fernandez runs at 7:13. So once again, dragracertv.com. Warren has all the camera angles hooked up. He has the audio hooked up. That will be the best place to tune in until we get the radio fixed. Then you can actually still watch Drag Racer TV, but you'll have plenty of options at that point. All right, so as we continue on time runs, we also call the no box door cars for their third time run. As Tina Summerton and Brandon Luke come out the burnout box. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha.
I always thought the stripes were part with black and today. My mom doesn't work on that thing. He levels in more to get a B62.
Brandon Luke 007 tuned into the Trey Tina Summerton 036. 8th mile clock say. Brandon Luke 630 108. Summerton 727 at 91. So the Fig Speed 25K $25,000 shootout, you are on standby. Fig Speed $25,000 shootout. Start looking at your weather stations. You are on standby for round number 1.
I haven't slowed down that much. I'm 62 and I still have my own. I have an auto repair shop and I'm the only mechanic right now.
There you go. As Ron Nichols, the Hammer, stages up the big old O's in the left lane, and Kevin Diadamo. I should know how to say that. He sounds like he's from right down the block from me. Kevin Diadamo is a sponsor here. Napa Valley B&G Tire, helping out Drag Racer TV to bring the live stream to you. Kevin 017, nice lap right there, 672. What's up, Chris? How you doing, buddy? All right, John Victorino and Jay Greener. Going to make their checkout pass. 003 light for Jay. 030 for Victorino. And with that said, attention in the pits. It's time to race for real. We will now take the Fig Speed door cars. Fig Speed door cars to the staging lanes for round number 1. Fig Speed door cars for round 1. Fig Speed no box, you are on standby. So once again, Fig Speed door cars dialed in. Let's get after it. Round number 1, 25K. Fig Speed no box, you are on standby. Stephanie Paz and Udo Richter. Correction. Both drivers doing a good job. 023, 772 for Udo. Stephanie stops the clocks at 620. Again, we apologize for the technical difficulties with the PA system, but we are working on it.
Okay.
Oh, I just got word from the boss. The radio's working. Just in time. Brian Cam from Pacifica, California. 034 Red's going to have to click a couple of big numbers in for tomorrow. So the plan for today, now that the radio's working, the plan for today is to just continue keeping on, giving you guys more laps at the racetrack, because we're racing for big money here today and for the entire weekend. So we will just continue on in sessions, and we will actually hand out a $25,000 big check tonight, thanks to Fig Speed. So once again, Fig Speed door cars, round 1. We'll take it to the lanes now. Kevin Heffington and Roy. Oh, I'm going to have to work at this one. Castanado. That wasn't too hard. Silent G. Roy misses the tree a little bit, but it's only practice. It's all good. Kevin, 039, 644. This is 8th Mile bracket racing at the House of Big Nasty, Sonoma Raceway. Everything's starting to click now. Warren's got Drag Racer TV up, a couple of different camera angles. You could actually see he's tapped into the computer, so you could actually see the incrementals and everything. You could also hear the announcements on that as well. So again, thank you B&G Tire, Kevin DiNabno, Ted Kellner. He's been doing this a while. 034 603. Rob Dayton, 011 695. It's going to bring up Tim O'More and Mitch Morton. Mitch is a 77-year-old retired firefighter, driving a 68 Firebird. I like it. Stops the clock 6:30 at 109. Tim O'More is way red. Might have been a mechanical malfunction there, but he'll get a few more passes today to get that straightened out. Now we'll bring up Ron Manley and Kathy Ball. All right, attention to pits. We call the Fig Speed Shootout box cars. We will now take the Fig Speed Shootout no box cars dialed in, ready to go for round number 1. Fig Speed Shootout dragsters, you are on standby.
Before you do this.
Gordon Bovin and John Murphy. Gordon driving that beautiful 1972 Cuda 013. I got a little story about Gordon. 2 years ago at the Spring Fling Million, in the run for the 100K, everybody's familiar with the run for the money. Well, we have a run, Brodix run for the 100K. If you run a perfect lap, you get $100,000 during that session. Gordon was 000 2 over with a 0. Now, you may say, well, why? What's the big deal? One of his crew guys or gals had him dial down 200s right before he pulled out. Cost him 100 G's. You want to talk about leaving a mark? That one's going to leave a mark. Mike Coltrane and Larry Ball. Larry Ball 023 621. Mike Coltrane 024 522.
Just keep it at about a moderate.
So Mel LeForbes from Riverside, California. He's a 1957 Corvette. Self-employed 61-year-old, goes 618. John Bricard stops the clocks at 682. So we see the staging lane starting to fill up with the Fig Speed Shootout door cars box. Fig Speed Shootout no box has also been called. Getting ready to have at it for 25 large. K-Mac in the wheel stand and station wagon. Nice 007 light. I think he was 005 or 6 or 7 around earlier. Hitting the top well, 649. Hugh Mueller, 683. So the plan is, after we run this session of the door cars, we're going to get into the Fig Speed Shootout. You could tune in to 87.9 on your FM dial. It sounds like it's back in action. Apologize for the delay and the technical issues we had earlier this morning, but Danny was scrambling a little bit. He even had Drag Racer TV up here hooking up in, tapping into the computer system and into the audio, and we're clicking on all 8 cylinders now. Mike McBrayer and Bill Hurd. McBrayer, the Pennzoil 86 Corvette. Should run somewhere in the mid 6s. 11 red for Mike. Hurd is 010. Nice lap right there. 618, 616 for Mike. Bill, quick 569. And we do realize we have 5 drivers who are entered in the fixed speed shootout in the door cars that are also running in the dragsters with the dragsters. So we will wait on you, no problem, no rush. Got plenty of time. It's a beautiful day. Sean Ealing, 001, Chris Bracey drops it 6th hour red. So for the door car drivers who are in the shootout, we will wait for you when the dragsters start running, so don't sweat it. We got you covered. Here's Ted Seipel. This is where it all started. Ted in Georgia. And out came Kyle, and the whole world changed. That was rated PG, right? I'm all right. That was good? All right. I got to watch it. I come from New York. All right. We will now put out a call for the Fig Speed Shootout Dragsters. Fig Speed Shootout Dragsters. We'll take you now into the staging lanes. Fig Speed Shootout door cars. You're in there. Fig Speed Shootout no box. You're in there. We will now take Fig Speed Shootout Dragsters. All right, Doug Bracey. Doug Bracey, we're missing you in the staging lane. So Doug Bracey for the Fig Speed Shootout. And we also called Dragsters for the $25,000 Fig Speed Shootout. So the way the shootout is going to work, we have 8 no-box drivers, we have 24 door cars, and we have 32 dragsters. These drivers are going to run separately, and there'll be somebody, him or her, will be holding a $25,000 big check here at the inaugural California Gold Rush, thanks to West Coast. Thanks to West Coast ASM, Mark Yeager, for stepping up and helping Kyle and the gang here put this program together. Thanks to Napa Valley Big Tire. I'm sorry, B&G Tire.
Or Big Tire.
Yeah, that works too.
Yeah, don't both show up. I say we start in about 2 minutes, guys. Copy that. And we're going to have the national anthem.
got our windows down, driving down the 405, sing along to the radio. We're gonna make it someday, nothing's gonna get in our way. We will be the biggest band in town. Round and round the world we'll go, putting on the greatest show. So make sure that you don't miss out, just be there. We're taking our shot, bring what you got. We're going all the way to the top. We will hear the sound of 1 million people screaming our names when we're backstage. We'll play loud, surfing the crowd. Everybody's jumping around. Yeah, that's the place where I wanna be. Going on stage, headline on a Saturday night. Saturday night. I'm gonna quit my job, never wanna have no boss. I just wanna play my rock and roll like they do on the radio. Tommy's got brand new drums, and I still have my old guitar. And John said this next song's gonna be real good, if you know what I mean. Round and round the world we'll go, putting on the greatest show. So make sure that you don't miss out, just be there. We're taking our shot, bring what you got. We're going all the way to the top. We will hear the sound of 1 million people screaming our names when we're backstage. We'll play loud, surfing the crowd. Everybody's jumping around. Yeah, that's the place where I wanna be. Going on stage, headline on a Saturday night. Saturday night.
All right, so it's about that time. We're getting ready to race for real. With that said, on behalf of Kyle Seipel and the entire Sonoma staff, Steve Page, all the girls, and Eric, and everybody here, we want to thank you very much. We know everybody's been through a lot to get to this point, but we are here, we're racing, we are blessed with a beautiful week of racing and a lot of guaranteed big money. So let's have some fun. Let's remember why we came. We came to have fun, but we have to be safe. Steve Page and the gang worked very, very hard for us to get to this point, and Kyle as well. So please wear your masks. Please practice social distancing. We know it's a little bit odd to be racing like that, but it's what we have to do right now, and heck, I'm just glad we're racing. So with that said, we want to thank everybody for coming out. We're just getting this started. We're going to hand out a $25,000 big check, thanks to Fig Speed, at the inaugural California Gold Rush. This is the House of Big Nasty. That's where we're at. He's doing well. He appreciates everybody coming, and we are going to have a great time this weekend. So my name is Peter Biondo. It's great to be here and see a lot of friends and a lot of racers that I've competed against, but right now it's all about you. It's all about $25,000, and if I can, let's have everybody remove their caps as we get ready to get into round one of eliminations of the Fig Speed Shootout, and Miss Ivy Hutto singing the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
And Georgia Seipel, a race master, motions him forward. And here we go, round number 1. This is door cars. This is top bulb. There's 24 of them. They're racing for $25,000.
Wanted to make sure I didn't have anything
Once again, tell your friends and your family and your cousins and your aunts and your uncles, tune into dragracertv.com at home. Check out all of the action. It's pretty impressive. There's a lot of live feeds going these days. With this one, you actually get to see the computer screen. Get to see. So if you have a late reaction time, there's no getting around it. Everyone's going to know about it. Yeah, exactly. My fish was 3 feet long. No, it wasn't. Sean Schaefer and Chuck Hawk Sr. are going to lead things off. The Chevelle Schaefer is in control and turns on the wind light. 019 for Schaefer. The big Chevelle goes 3 above the dial. Picks up the easy win by 0.05 of a second as Hawk just missed a tree with 70. He was 3 over his dial and left way too much room, and Sean got in on it. It's going to bring up Dave Mazier and Shane Thompson. That is a beautiful Nova. Right side. And the one thing that I'm still confused about, and I could use some help, I Googled it and everything. What is the difference between a Chevy 2 and a Nova? I've heard 7 different stories already. And Nova, that's 8. Nova's a trim level?
Nova's a trim level up until 67 on a Chevy 2. 68, they changed the name from Chevy 2 just to Nova.
All right, I have to absorb that. Hold on a second. That has the most validity. That was the best explained yet. So Shane Thompson so Chevy 2, Nova? I can say either one of them, right?
It's a 67.
Either.
Chevy 2 with the Nova trim level.
All right. All right. I'm just going to go with Nova right now, and he's 025. Dave Mazier drops 3 zeros to start his weekend off here. He's 000, 1 over for the win. Thompson was also 1 over, but he was 25 thou behind at the start. So Mazier will march on to round number 2. And the cool thing about these shootouts is 2 go down, 1 come back. The field just gets cut in half and then cut in half again and again and again until we hand out $25,000. Robert Butler and David Cook. Butler from Nevada, California. That's where my hotel is. 12 miles away. And Butler from Citrus Heights, California. Throttle stop for David Cook. Butler is way out there. Throttle stop kicks off. Can he make up the difference? No. Butler 011, 690 on a 688. Gets there by 5 thou to pick up the win. David Cook was dead on a 572 dial, but he was 040 at the start. And that is that. Randy Cloud and J.R. Learcamp. Yeah, this is a good one. Cloud, self-employed, 60-year-old in 1969 Maverick, and J.R. Learcamp. Wow. Both drivers doing their job. 006 left second. How about 002, 586 on a 585 for Randy Cloud to pick up the win by 3 thou. J.R. Learcamp likely will have the best losing package that round right there. He's a 006, 1 over with a 0. That's a 16 thou pack. No good. It's Dennis Paz and Marco Perovolaris. These two drivers, I'm sure, have ran each other many, many times. Marco, the young gun from Petaluma, California. He is absolutely full of weapons, full of talent. Put him on the bottom, put him on the top. Pro tree, it doesn't matter. Left lane Dennis Paz has boatloads of experience under his belt, and let's just say he doesn't get scared too often. Doesn't care who's in the other lane. This time Marco gets just that much too aggressive by 1 thou and drops it 1 thou red. Paz is going to pick up the win. He's 026, 4 over. Would have left Marco some room. Marco is 001 red, dead on with a 5. Ouch. But I promise you, you have not heard the last of Marco. I think he's also in the shootout with his dragster, so be interesting to see how he backs that up. Jamie Harrison and Kenny Snow. Kenny Snow in a big 1969 Chevelle. Now here's a 70 Nova. Now that is definitely not a Chevy too, because it's not a box. So that's maybe I start doing process of elimination, and I'll get to the bottom of it sooner or later. Harrison's 013. He's 3 over. It takes 5 thou stripe to pick up the win. Nice lap. Kenny Snow was a little bit close to the dial, but he was 15 behind at the start. Okay, but it's a box, right? Oh no, it's
that body style. So
Are you serious?
Stephanie Paz's car is a 16.
Oh man,
Technically it's a Chevy.
I'm just gonna give up on this. Can I just call them all Novas?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks, because I'm not gonna have it figured out. Now that I heard a round, the round body can be a Chevy too. Also, you have me all screwed up. I should have never asked. It's one of those questions you're better off not knowing. Chris Naffinger and Ken Swio. How about 008 light for Chris? But win light goes to Ken. Ken Swio's 020, 1 above the dial. That's good enough, as Chris Naffinger was 008, but took 2 thou too much stripe to break out 5038 on a 504 dialing. Took 26 thou down there, needed to snug it down to 24 thou or less. As we continue on with the box portion. All right, Jason O'Terry, they call him Krusty. Don't ask me, that's his nickname. Jonathan Fiello. Sounds like a pizza joint in New York City, Krusty. Fiello, 508 dial. That's pretty quick 8th mile door car dialing. Jason, 699 in the Firebird. Well, this time an 031 leaves first. Krusty, but cannot hold on. He breaks out. Krusty's 031 breaks out 10 thou. Took 35 thou down there. Fiello is 047, dead on with the 9, and that turned on a win light. Sometimes it's just how you pull in the staging lanes. So a 006 leaves second a couple of pairs ago, so an 031 get a whole shot right there. Jeff Prasad and Leroy Duran. This should be a good one. Leroy dials it in 726. He's a 33-year-old poker player. Well, let's just say if he plays his cards right, he should have no problem with this one. He's 003, Prasad is 066. And Leroy turns it into a win light. Does a good job too, takes 100th down there to go 7 over the dial. Prasad was 1 over the dial, but Leroy had him from end to end. So once again, this is the Fig Speed 25K shootout. After this round, we will get right back into the time run sessions. So dragsters, for the time run session, you guys can kind of just hold back a little bit, but you'll be on deck after the Fig Speed shootout. Round 1 as Don Mazier and Larry Scarth. Mazier purging the nitrous. I like it. The Mazier family makes Water pump starters, a lot of high quality stuff. I run them in my own dragster. Great stuff. Great family. Good supporters of all kinds of racing up from the East Coast to the West. So Scott's going to get a little over 2-second handicap in the 8th. That's a lot. Scarth is clean and green. Mazier is chasing him down but cannot do it. Mazier was 005. Just shut down early and went 2/10 over. Scarth was 021 and goes dead on with a 6. Had a lot of room down there. But he didn't break out. As Jared would say, you don't have to lift if you're not breaking out. So Scarth picks up the win. 021 dead on. That's good enough. Sean Steele and Wes Anderson. Sean, the project manager from Valley Springs, California, 561 dial, and Wes Anderson. I believe he was he a track champ at one of the. He won a big race, or he's a track champ somewhere around here. He just dodged a bullet that time. Steele was 1,000 red. Let's just say Wes Anderson missed it. Got away with it. Wow. That one, yeah. That one's going to leave a mark. When you're 001 red dead on with the 2 and your opponent's 071, you might want to just grab a... Yeah, hard to shop objects. You got to maybe just grab a cold iced tea. Or a spiked iced tea in that case. That one's going to hurt. Doug Bracey and Daniel McClellan. Bracey, the 2002 Cavalier. And that's right, that is Dave McClellan's grandson. 3rd generation. So another 2-second handicap here in the 8th mile. The wagon will take off with the wheels in the air. The Cavalier will have to sit there and wait. And here comes that charge. McClellan's 002 and win life for McClellan. Nice 14th out pack for Daniel McClellan. 002, 648.2 on a 647. Bracey was 15 on a tree. Went 453 on a 450 dial, so the wagon would be coming back. Cool. Looks like we're getting into no box. Portion of the fixed speed 25K shootout. See the K&N team walking off. The boss, Steve Williams. Papa Mac walks off proudly. As we switch things over to no box. Cliff Knowles, 654, and Christopher Martin, 661. So we'll switch things up a little bit. Still running for $25,000, but these guys are going off the bottom bulb. Some are foot braking, some are trans braking. Left lane Corvette is a foot breaker. Sounds like right lane's on the chip. Martin drops a 12th out red. Cliff Hall picks up the win in the 64 Falcon. He's 030 on a tree. Stops the clocks 1 above the dial. Nice way to lead off the no box session is Jeff LaSalle and Brian Cam. I don't know too much about West Coast racing, but Jeff LaSalle's name pops out. When I'm tuned in to the live feeds out here, he is constantly, and I mean over and over again in the late rounds or winner circle or final round at least. Dials it in 646. Brian Cam. Former Division 7 sportsman champ, thank you. So Cam's got a lot of work to do. LaSalle has a bunch in his pocket and turns it into a win light. You cannot let Jeff LaSalle get 900s on you on a tree. It's game over. So Jake Guadagnolo and Tim O'More. Now Jake's car, I watched on a live feed from home, does some pretty big wheel stands. See what happens here. It's a beautiful day as we get towards the early afternoon part of the day. Wheels up start for Guadagnolo. Did I say that right? Guadagnolo. But he's 007 red, and Tim O'More is going to pick up the win, 039, 3 under his dial. We'll move on to round number 2 of the shootout. So 64 are going to go down, 32 are going to come back. All right, attention to pits, attention to pits. Dragsters, we will now take you to the stage and lanes for your time run session. Dragsters for your time run session. As Justin Lamb and Mike Pliska. Good matchup right there. Pliska is 030, doesn't get there. Actually, Lamb, nobody really got there. I mean, there's almost triple zeros on the screen. Dead even at the finish line. Justin Lamb's 016 gets there, 0002 to go one above. Pliska is 030. Wow, and 1 thou under. So basically, Lamb was 16 and got there maybe an inch. Call it that. Zach Mazier and Joe Levitt. As we get to the dragster portion of the fixed speed shootout, and once again we called dragsters for your time run session. You can bring them up to the stage and lanes now, please. Okay, Joe Levitt's one of the promoters for the Western State Classic. Levitt's 024, Mazier is 018, win light by 1 thou to Joe Levitt. Dead on the dial, 504 on a 504. Mazier is 1 above the dial with an 018 reaction time. Add up all the little numbers, 1 thou margin of victory to Joe Levitt. Chris Northrup and Jay Cameron. So once again, 87.9 on your FM dial. You can get tuned in, or you can go to Drag Racer TV and check out what Warren has going on. He's flipping the cameras around. He's got it tapped into the CompuLink screen. Good stuff. So Chris Northrup broke his dragster, so he's hopped in his door car. He's going to bring it up here, dial 656 against Jay Cameron. Northrup's 029, Cameron is 013. The dragster makes a little bit of a move to drive the stripe towards the center line and does just that. 013, 1 over the dial, 489 at 137, lifting out of the gas. And Northrop was also 1 over the dial, the difference being the reaction time. Cameron moving on. Here's Greg Hicks and Will Harrison. If anybody has found a tire gauge, a digital tire gauge, if you see a digital tire gauge laying around, please bring it to Mark Yeager or bring it up to the tower. So once again, we will complete round number 1 of the fixed speed 25K shootout, then we will get right back into the time run session of the dragster. So if you're a dragster and you want to make a time run, you'll be up on deck right after the fixed speed shootout, round 1. So Will Harrison 455, Greg Hicks 467. Pair of good reaction times. The 19 beats the 005. Harrison is 019, 1 above, and Greg Hicks is 005 and 2 above. Harrison gets there 2 thou. Harrison was wide open. His foot was to the floor. Hicks was not wide open. So Hicks makes the wrong decision and lets Harrison sneak on by him down by 2 thou. Chris Forsyth and David Meyer. Getting some help up here from Nick. Appreciate it. So Forsyth, 449 is his dial. David Meyer dials 479. These drivers are shooting out for $25,000 on Fixed Speed Thursday. It's a good way to start things off. Chris Forsyth, 012, 3 over the dial, does a good job, takes 15 thou. Meyer missed a tree a little bit and goes 2 over on a drop. So Kevin Heffington, good matchup here versus Tom Baer. Tom Baer from the driving school. So once again, we called dragsters for your time run session. If you want to make a time run and you're in a dragster, you will be following the shootout. So Baer and Heffington, how about 438 to a 458, 8th mile dial-ins? Who do you like here, Jack? Nick, sorry. Told you I'm bad with names.
Give me the teacher.
You want the teacher?
Yeah, give me the teacher.
All right. I guess that leaves me with the refrigeration tech, mechanic. I'll take Kevin Heffington. Well, the teacher is looking to take him to school, 005, look, little hood scoop rock, and that's how a teacher does it.
14.
Take notes, 005 takes 7 thou to go dead on with the 9 for Thomas Baer. Heffington was 029, followed him through, and broke out. You can collect from the money that Gary owes me. Justin Morgan and Logan Moore. So Logan dials a 464, a 21-year-old diesel mechanic. And Justin dials a 459. He's a 38-year-old building contractor. Both drivers are green. How about a double for Logan and win light for Logan? Nice looking lap right there to start things off. Logan Ward 001 465 on the brakes a little bit, taking 19 thou on a 464 dial. Justin Morgan was 028, dead on the dial to no avail. How about a 413 dial for Steve Will? Low ET of the event so far. .479 dialing, right side. Tell you what, this track is absolutely beautiful. You just look around, beautiful weather, beautiful hills, wineries. It is a Class A++ facility. So Steve Will making a lot of noise, 002, little wiggle down there, it cost him. He's 002, didn't get all of the track and gets there second by 2 thou. Right side was 014, not on file yet. Goes a 480 on a 479. Hannah Cook and Steve Kasner. The Kazman dials at 436. Hannah Cook, 458. So again, we call dragsters. Time run session. We will continue on. The plan is to continue and toggle back and forth between the shootout and time run sessions. You guys and gals are going to get plenty of looks at the tree, plenty of looks at this 8th mile track. Today, as we move on into the week, time shots will be less and less, so today is a good time to make laps. Kasner is in control. Kasner's 011. Kasner has a win light. He's dead on with a 7. Hannah Cook dropped him. Went 459 on a 458 at only 149, but was 400 behind it to hit. As we continue moving on, we will now call no box for the time run session. So dragster time run session number 3, you have been called. No box time run session number 4, you have been called. Once again, we're going to toggle back and forth between the shootout and the time run sessions. Dean Hall and Dustin Henges. Dustin, 473 dial. Dustin is 005, but cannot turn it into a win light. Takes 34 thou down there to break out by 6 thou. Hall was 18 thou behind at the tree. He's 023, goes a 450 on a 449. He's safe. He turns on the win light. And a little bit of an announcement, a schedule announcement. know there's been some questions about the schedule for tomorrow. There will be a time run tomorrow morning. There will be one time run tomorrow morning for everybody. So we will have one time run session tomorrow morning for the Pinella Race Engines Friday 10K. We will run them in sessions. I'm sorry, we will run them in categories. No box, then door cars, then dragsters. Mark Yeager, one of the sponsors here, and Mark Campbell. This is anybody's race, a 13 to a 14. Give the win light to Mark Yeager, 013, 441 on a 440 dial at only 145. Killed about 10 mile per hour right there, at least, to take 17,000 and pick up the win. So hey, Yeager was holding a handful of numbers and picks up the win. Campbell is going to have to wait till tomorrow. He's 014, 3 over the dial. Here is Marco Perovolaris. He's getting to that point. Marco's getting to that point where you probably don't even have to say his last name anymore. He's like Prince or Cher or all of those famous people, or Jeg or Luke. Well, Marco has got this one in control. That's one thing you got to say about Marco. He comes off a 001 red and stays aggressive in his other entry and goes 008. That's a sign of a good driver right there. Marco's 008, picks up the win, 8 above, easy win. Taking 300s down there as Dylan just missed a tree, broke out, and was behind. So once again, we called dragsters for the time run session. We also called no box for the time run session. Take just a short break in the action to check out something on the racetrack. We got a monster matchup right here. Andy Morris and Shane Thompson will bring us right back at the fixed speed 25K shootout. Morris dials 455. Shane Thompson also dials 455. I want to give a shout out to the Buckowitz family. Tuned into Drag Racer TV. So Andy Morris, little rip at the throttle and a win light. Morris is 020, rips the throttle 2 or 3 times to go 460, 456.1 on a 455. Shane Thompson dropped it, went 2 above, went 457 on at 143, no good. Willie Flores from San Angelo, Texas. Good guy Willie, comes to all the spring fling events, came to, I believe, deliver a dragster out here and said, you know what, let's take a trip out west to see what this inaugural Gold Rush event is all about. And Pete Serta. I see everybody wearing that mask. Except for one guy. That one guy needs to put their mask on.
I'm looking at you.
Yeah, it's you. The only one. The only one without the mask. Everybody point at him. George. No, all seriousness, this staff has worked extremely hard with the county, especially Steve Page, Diana, and the girls to get this race to be able to happen. So let's keep it safe, guys and gals. We need everybody to have a mask on. So Serta picks up the win, 006, gets there first by 008. Is it just me, or are there a lot of 430 and 440 cars here? 441 on a 440 for Pete. Flores is also one over the dial. He's 010. How about starting your weekend off like that? Honey, I was 010 and I was 1 above right out of the box. No good. Thanks for playing.
Racing's dumb.
Yeah, right? That's what he said probably. Yeah, racing's dumb. Let's go golfing. Leroy Duran and J.R. Learcamp. Good matchup here. So the poker player from Sun City, Arizona, picked up the win light in his door car entry. Let's see what he can do here against one of the best. JR hasn't raced that much, but every time he straps the helmet on, he's someone to be contended with, but drops it 6-thou red. Leroy going to pick up the win, goes dead on 487 at 141 after an 021 reaction time. Go for it. Shane Malinari in 444, another 440 dialing, and Sean Schaefer. Whoever said that the cars were fastest out east has not come out west for a big buck bracket race recently. A lot of 430 and 440 dragsters. Well, Malinari's going to pick up the win. He's 014 on a tree. Schaefer drops it 011 red. Malinari stops the clocks at 445 on a 444. And he will come back for round number 2. Once again, you could tune in to Drag Racer TV. If you're at home, call your friends. Thanks to Warren for, you made the trip from, Warren, you made the trip from North Carolina? Warren stacked up all his TV equipment and cameras and made the trek all the way from North Carolina. That's coast to coast, in case you're geographically challenged. And you were in Houston, so you were Houston and back east. Wow. Do you have like a lot of podcasts or something you're listening to? Like, what do you do for all that time in the car? You by yourself?
Yeah, I'm by myself.
XM radio. All right. Hey, man, that's kudos. That's a lot of driving. Again, another fast dragster. 429 for Megan Malinari. Jack Sadler dials in at 479. We'll see who will make it back to the round of 32 in his $25,000 to win event. This time, Molinari drops a 10 red. Sadler kind of gets away with one there. 044 is usually not going to win too many rounds racing at this level, but that time it did. 044, 480 on a 479 for Jack Sadler, picking up the round one win light. And that looks like we will switch over to the time runs for the dragster session. Man, Eric, you didn't miss a beat. Right into the dragster time runs. He's quick on the computer. So that completed round number 1 of the Fixed Speed 25K shootout. We will now get into the dragster time run session. We'll keep flip-flopping back and forth. Give everybody plenty of chances to make a hit, or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. Might even get to 6. All right, attention to pits. We will now take, we called no box for the time run session. We will now take door cars, box door cars for the time run session. So once again, no box for your time run session number 4. And we also now called door cars box. So door cars, you are now invited to the stage lanes to make a hit. So the plan is to run the no box and then to run the door cars for their time run session. Then we'll get back into the fixed speed $25,000 shootout. How about a front engine dragster? You don't see that every day at a big buck bracket race. 493 at 137 after an 017 reaction time. So once again, we called door cars for the time run session. I'll hand the mic back over to Gary. Gary's going to take over the mic here as we continue on with the plan of toggling back and forth with the time run sessions and give you guys plenty of laps at the track. And after the door car time run session, we will have the next round of the shootout.
And I'll put you back on. All right, here we go. We got legendary Bill Taggart over here on the O'Reilly side, going against John Victorino in the Toyota lane. We got the S10 going against the Ford. I'm going to go take better light will be to tag. Oh, boy, that was a bad guess when I said Taggart. He goes 023 red. Victorino 016 on the tree from Novato, California. He goes 748 at 92 miles an hour. Taggart with the red light, doesn't really matter, goes 1141 at 63 miles an hour. Hey, he's getting closer to the speed limit, Taggart is. Maybe today he can crack 65. Right, Jay Gannier over here out of South San Francisco, and Brandon Luke from Salisbury Park, Utah. Hey, let's see what they can do. We got the Nova and the Ventura. Basically, two Novas going at it. Pontiac Ventura is basically a Nova. Or you can say a Nova is a Ventura. A little bit changed on the body panels here and there and slap a Pontiac badge on one. And that's how you get that. And ironically, I believe they had the same engine too. All right, they both turn on the red lights, 062, 052. Jay gets there first, goes 618 at 99 miles an hour. Brandon Luke goes 634 at 107. Udo Richter, the 72 Nova. Mike Murphy in the 91 Mustang LX. Then up on deck, we got the legendary Nick at Night Bubblets. Udo goes 006 to the dark side of the tree. He goes 768 to 88 miles an hour. Murphy finally gets there. He goes 060 on the tree. Goes 1015 in the 8th mile at 72 miles an hour. Hey, that's almost... no, that's faster than Taggart. And Nick at Night and Mark Bevan. Bevan got 72 Duster and Bubblets in the 2010 Corvette. What can you say about Nick? Let's see what he can do today. He's been Mr. Consistent over the past couple of weeks. 037 on the tree. He goes 803 at 90 miles an hour. Mark goes 671 at 101 with an 033 light. Kevin Diodamo. Kevin Diodamo of B&G Tires is sponsoring the live stream TV from dragracer.tv. That's what you want to check it out on YouTube. That's where we're broadcasting live from on that, and we're streaming it out to you. They've got all the bugs worked out. It's good to see that. So Kevin Diodamo, B&G Tires, your sponsors for live stream TV today. Dave Morgan, Concord, California, O'Reilly side. Kevin goes 020 on the tree, 004 for Dave Morgan. Diodamo goes 674, 101 miles out. Dave Morgan goes 439 at 158. Norm Bergman, Concord, California. Elliott and Sons Roofing, 66 Mustang. Terry White in the 2013 Dragster in the O'Reilly side. He's from Minden, Nevada. Terry White goes 030 in the tree, goes 458 at 151. Norman Bergman goes 673 at 101. And 028 on the tree. Maddie Hanser, Cool, California. What a great name for a town. Cool. That's almost as good as Weed. On the 02 Camaro in the Toyota side. Mike Cunningham out of Clovis, California, the 64 Polara. Man, I love those old Dodges. Old Dodges are cool. Hey, I was coming in the backside here on Arnold Drive from my house in Santa Rosa, and there was a beautiful Coronet convertible on the way. So if you guys are looking for a Coronet convertible Dodge, it's blue, it's for sale right by the Superman telephone booth. All right, Hanser turns on the red light, goes 615 at 111 miles an hour. Cunningham goes 664 at 103, 062 on the tree. All right. Got Rich Fernandez here in the Mustang. Yeah, as I was driving by that Coronet, it was beautiful. I mean, absolutely gorgeous convertible Coronet. It looks like about a 69, I think it was. 69. Right around in there. If you guys are looking for a really nice car, check it out, especially if you're a Mopar fiend like I am. All right, the dragster goes late, 103 on the tree, but gets there first, of course. Goes 535 at 131 miles an hour. Fernandez goes 711. Hey, that's what my car runs. 96 miles an hour, 078 on the tree. That's exactly what my car runs. All right, Bob Nance, the legendary retired Army helicopter pilot. He buzzes this place in his plane once in a while when he's out not racing and flying around. He'll come by through, check it out. Shootout door cars. Round 2, lanes 14 and 15. Shootout no box, lanes 10 and 11. Shootout no box, lanes 10 and 11. And door cars shootout. You guys should come on down too. All right, we got that called out, and now we're going to get Bob Nance. Went 018 on tree, 013 on tree for Shelby Williams. Bob Nance went 549 at 124. Shelby Williams went 677 at 100. Roy Castaneda, Concord, California, 67 Nova. Ted Van Middle, the third, in the dragster. Hey, we got time runs going. We got more stuff coming at you. All right, Roy Castaneda goes 045 on tree, goes 488 at 143. Ted Van Mitty goes 091 on tree, goes 515 at 133. Ron Manley, J. Camaro, and Chris Nortrup, the 06 racecraft. Okay, once again, shootout cars, shootout door cars, lanes 14 and 15. No box shootout cars, 10 and 11. So come on down, let's play that game, dialing for dollars for you guys. Yeah, Chris Northup, 067 on tree, goes 461 at 150. Ron Manley goes 714 at 106 miles an hour. Brian Webcam and Mitch Horton, You know, there's a whole story about how Brian gets his nicknames, but we got to really give him one for the day that he totaled out the red Camaro. We got to give him a new nickname. I think him Brian Crash Cam. Brian Crash Cam. That was a really weird morning that day when he did that. He goes 002 on the tree. Red goes 637 at 104. Mitch Horton goes 623 at 109 with an 032. Kevin Huffington and Carl Hagen. He's got the 2000 Avenger going against that 70 Nova. Let's see what they do here. Oh, turns on the red light, but don't matter. It's just time runs. Huffington, 10 on the tree. Hagen goes 517, 131 miles an hour. Huffington goes 650 at 105. Kathy Ball in the Camaro, and who else can she be up against right over here is Sean Ealing. He took the win in Super Street over the weekend up at Sacramento in the National Open up there. He took that win in the 91 Corvette. Believe it or not, with all the wins Sean Ealing has, he's only got 2 Wallies now. He took the second one over the last weekend. He goes 656, 107 miles an hour. Kathy Ball, 703 at 98. 001 for Kathy. Almost got a sticker. Larry Ball, I wonder if he's any relation. Yes, he is. Now, the neat thing is that is an all-steel body truck. That 71 Chevy pickup. I don't even think the hood's fiberglass. Going against a Ferrari driver over here. Got a weird last name, like Ted Seipel. I wonder if we ever heard that before. Ted turns on the red light, got anxious on that one. He goes 642 at 111 miles an hour. Larry Ball, 620 at 111. Rob Dayton and Tim O'More. Hey, he took a long drive out from Tucson, Arizona in that 27T. Man, it's about the same weather as they got out there as we got. Maybe just a little bit hotter. But they don't have any humidity out there. None at all. Yeah, as Nick says, it's 90 degrees at midnight. You're in the hot tub or you're in the air conditioner or you have a pool. One of the three. Dayton turns on the red light. He goes 698 at 97 miles an hour. Tim O'More goes 518 at 132 and 025 on the tree. Dan Bagwell and Byron McCulloch. Hey, Byron's been over here for a long time, Petaluma, California, in that beautiful 67 Camaro. Going against a Cougar. Hey, Ford versus Chevy. Preview of next weekend up in Sacramento. Byron McCulloch goes 671 at 99 miles an hour tree. 005 on the tree. Dan Bagwell goes 048. Goes 648 at 106. Jeff Scales in this 94 Chevy. See the S10. And Ted Kilner in the 75 Vega. All right, Kilner goes 013 on tree, goes 602 at 124 miles an hour. Jeff Scales 047 on tree, goes 692 at 101. All right, final call for door cars in the shootout. No box cars in the shootout. You guys, these are your last calls. Come down to the lanes. Hey, dragsters in the shootout. Come on down. We need you to play the game too. Dialing for dollars, because that's what you guys are doing. Big time dollars. Chris Bracey 017 on the tree goes 670 at 113 miles an hour. Gordon Bovin goes 569 at 124. 006 on the tree. Keith Richards, not the band. From Windsor, California, the 70 Challenger RT. I wonder how many times he's heard me say that. Probably too many, but it's kind of fun every time you see it. At least throw it out there once. Bill Hurd, Portland, Oregon, in the 88 Pinto. Turns it on red. Hey, Keith Richards. If you know Keith, send him up here. I'll give him a 007 sticker today, because that's what he did. He went 007 on tree, goes 598, 116 miles an hour. Hurd goes 568 at 121. Once again, door cars and no box should be in the lanes for shootout. If you're in the shootout, no box and door cars should be in the lanes. Dragsters, this is your second call to head to the lanes, shootout dragsters. Hugh Miller in the 72 Maverick and Justin Strom in the 63 Corvette. Love those Corvette roadster cars. They're just so cool. And Justin Strom turns on the red light 022. Hugh Muller, he goes 009 on the tree. He goes 69 at 124. 510 at 136 for Justin. All right, Jeff Bassard out of Novato, California, 98 GMC Sonoma. Chuck Hawk Sr. from Tucson, Arizona, from Chuck Hawk's Auto Performance in the 2010 S10. That thing just squatted and left like a little pro stock car, gone. Goes 028 on tree, goes 529 at 131. Jeff Bassard goes 035, goes 660 at 104. Bill Battolo in the 85 Grand Am. Let's see what we got next after this. Hey, this guy's 80 years old, a retired farmer. Yeah. This car is really, really, really fast. And on a sad note, Glenn Terry, he's been here forever, legendary to us around the area. The old timer has officially retired from drag racing. It's really, really sad to hear that. I know he's had some health issues in the past few months, but it's very sad, but we're not going to see Glenn Terry out here at the track anymore. He may come out and visit, but I don't think we're going to see him come out and beat up on anybody anymore. And sad note, Glenn Terry retired. All right, Bill goes 505 at 136 miles an hour. Hey, Nick Bubbles just said, yeah, he was only racing for like, a couple of years, like 70. That's a long time. I took like 30 years off. Then I retired again, took another 5 off. All right, I'm going to turn the mic over. I think it's going to be Peter's going to come up, or it's going to be Nick. I'm going to hand it over to Nick, let him talk for a little bit, and see who comes up next. But once again, door cars should be in lanes 14 and 15 for the shootout. No box cars should be in 10 and 11. Dragsters come down, they'll point you somewhere, hopefully north, not south or east or west, but north, because that's where the track points, kind of north, with a hill kind of sort of in the center. It does go uphill. All right, here's the legendary Nick at Night Bubblet.
Thanks, Gary. It's great to be here at the inaugural California Gold Rush. What a great 4 days of racing we have planned, brought to you by West Coast ASM. Live stream on Drag Racer TV, presented by B&G Tire. Kevin Diadamo, big thanks for sponsoring the live stream. Lots of great losing packages for you guys. Round 1 losing package, best losing package. You got a converter coming Round 2 best losing package, you got Goodyear tires. I mean, there's been some great sponsored prizes entered by some awesome sponsors. So thank you all for your support of the California Gold Rush and of Sonoma Raceway, as well as keeping bracket racing alive on the West Coast. As you know, this is our first race here at Sonoma since March, roughly. Steve Page and the crew have been battling to get us clearance to open, and we just got it with a couple restrictions. So face masks are required. Social distancing is encouraged, but apart from that, it's business as usual out at Sonoma Raceway. Well, the finish line's actually an eighth of a mile sooner, but other than that, it's business as usual. There goes Larry. Here comes Jonathan Fiello. There's an advantage on the starting line, and the driver with the advantage takes it down there. How about Jonathan Fiello? He's 003 to Larry's 034, and that pretty much sealed the deal. Fiello goes down there, takes 5 thou, turns on the win light. Robert Butler, the O'Reilly side. Runner out of Citrus Heights, that 69 Ford Falcon, 690 the dial. And Ken Suio out of Oregon. The Mercury Capri, the Toyota side, 576. Little over 1 second going to that 69 Falcon. Bump, bump, bump. There we go. Ken Suio's in. There goes Robert Butler. Here comes the Capri. Ooh, this will be interesting. How about 3 thou apart down here? Down there, Robert Butler. How about dead on 7? 29 total. Ken Suio. 577.4. Missed it by 14. Not going to get it. Robert Butler by 4 thou. Wes Anderson, Daniel McClellan to your next pair. McClellan, the Dragon Wagon, the O'Reilly side. 647 the dial, 1 second head start over Wes Anderson out of La Mirada in the Roadster, the Toyota side. And McClellan, 9 thou on the bad side. Goes dead on 3 to add insult to injury. Wes Anderson was 55 on the tree and goodbye 75. Daniel McClelland should hide some sharp objects back in his pit area, I'll tell you that. Dave Mazier, Sean Schaefer. Schaefer's out of Boise, Idaho. 67 Chevelle, the O'Reilly side, 562. Dave Mazier. Probably heard the name Mazier before. He's driving the Roadster Cavalier, 489 the dial, the Toyota side. Man, a lot of body action on that Chevelle. How about this? 003, dead 6. How about 9 total? Sean Schaefer. Dave Mazier was 32 on the tree, and that's about 23 out of contention, so Sean Schaefer's coming back. Justin Lamb and Cliff Hall. Holy moly. You'd love to be a bug on a windshield for this one. Justin Lamb, 542 the dial, 656. Mr. Cliff Hall in the Falcon, the O'Reilly side. What can be said about these two that hasn't already been said? I can't think of anything. Oh man, Justin Lamb, 7 thou on the bad side, and he's done. Cliff Hall was 11 green, dead 4. He was 15 total. He would have been tough to beat, but that -7 bulb for Justin Lamb, ooh, painful. All right, so non-shootout dragsters for your next time trial. Hey, how about heading down to the staging lanes? If you are not in the shootout and you're driving a dragster and you want to make a time run, that's a lot of ifs. Then why don't you just head on down to the staging lanes? Hey, we could probably accommodate you. Also good news, if you just went out in the shootout, never fear. You could also jump in with the time trials. So if you've gone out in the shootout, you're not done for the day unless you want to be. Feel free to come on down and keep making hits down the Sonoma Raceway 8th mile. Jeff LaSalle, Tim O'More. Scoreboard says Jeff LaSalle, the runner out of Cloverdale, turns on the wind light. 17 on the tree, goodbye 13, about 30 total. Tim O'More was 38 on the tree, and that's, as somebody likes to say, mathematically ineligible. Logan War, Will Harrison. Will Harrison driving the Beast, the 03 Harrison chassis. Hey, I wonder if he maybe built that himself? No, that's too confusing. 456 the dial for Will. 464 Logan War out of Utah, the Toyota side. Logan War's pre-staged. Will Harrison approaching the starting line. He's pre-staged. War says, hey, I'm just going to stage. I'm just going to roll right in. Will says, I don't know about that. There we go. Ooh, man. This will be interesting. This could be fun. Ooh, Logan War. How about 8 total? Will Harrison was 11 on the tree, and he breaks out by 16. Logan War, 8 total. We're seeing some really tight packs here in round number 2. I can only imagine that it's not going to get any easier as the day goes on. Joe Levitt, Jay Cameron, next pair. 505 Joe Levitt. Out of Carmichael, the Toyota side, the deployed dragster. 489 for Jay Cameron, the O'Reilly side. 02 Undercover out of Bakersfield. Jake Cameron, 17 on the bad side, 18 green for Joe Levitt. Breaks out by 1. Cameron under by quite a bit more than that. Would have been tough to beat Mr. Levitt as Andy Morris and Dean Hall back up from their burnouts and get ready to run here. This one ought to be fun. Andy Morris, hitter at Olympia, Washington. 456 the dial. 451. Dean Hall out of Guerneville, the Corpel Champagne dragster. 451. Once again, non-shootout dragsters have been called back to the lanes if they would like to make another time trial. Or if you've lost in the shootout. Hey, what the hey? You want to go down the track again? Come on down. Could be fun. It'll be fun, they said. We're all staged up and ready to go, and there is a substantial starting line advantage down there, and yeah, that's kind of what I figured. Andy Morris, 002 to Dean Hall's 091. Dean Hall just missed the tree on that one. 002 sticker for Andy Morris if he cares to come up to the tower and say hello. We have one of those for him. It's one of the first 5. Also a $2 bill, so he made some money today. That's kind of cool. Jack Sadler and Thomas Bayer. Sadler, Henderson, Nevada. 479 the dial, the Toyota side. Thomas Bayer, the professor, the teacher. From Tom Bayer's School of Drag Racing, the O'Reilly side. 459 the dial. Gonna give Sadler 200 to run with here. Jack Sadler breaks out. Thomas Bayer caught a break on that one. He was 50 on the tree, but he goes dead 0. Jack Sadler had room to work with, just broke out in the process. Shane Molinari, Marco Paravolaris. Marco, 442, the college graduate out of Petaluma. 446, Shane Molinari. Battleground, Washington, the Toyota lane. Gonna see some double O's in this one would be my guess. And yeah, we did. Marco, 009. 21 total for the college graduate. 40 on the tree for Shane Molinari, and that was the end of that story. Chris Forsyth, Mark Yeager, the next pair. Mark Yeager still looking for his tire pressure gauge as far as I know, so if anybody found one, it's probably his. 439 the dial. 450 Chris Forsyth, the Toyota side. Man, these guys are... This is some tough racing out there, folks. Chris Forsyth takes the win. He was 10 on the tree, breaks out by 16. It's a double breakout down there. Mark Yeager was 004. He had it by 6 thou on this end. And he got there first by too much. Steve Kasner, the Kazman, the O'Reilly side, 436 the dial. 480 in the Toyota lane. for the mystery dragster. Not on file. Well, 008 light for Kasner, yeah, sees the win. How about 11 total for the Kazman? 31 on the tree, the opponent on the Toyota side. He goes dead 9, but it's not good enough. Kasner coming back. Pete Serto, Leroy Duran. Duran doing double duty, the Fox Body Mustang and the Tom Bayer Dragster. He's on the O'Reilly side, 488 the dial. Pete Serta, 441. The Toyota lane out of Elk Grove, the safety director. Almost a bulb between them, not quite. We're about 3 thou shy of a bulb. Ooh, somebody made a computer malfunction out there, yeah. Leroy Duran, 17 on the tree, dead 0. This is, like Jed says, you don't got to lift if you're not breaking out. 488-0, 17 green. Pete Serta was about 1 thou away from having a lucky break. He was 682 on the tree, and good by 2 hun. Whew. Well, it's round 2 in the books for the Fig Speed $25,000 shootout here at the inaugural Gold Rush at Sonoma Raceway. Want to thank you all again for coming out to join us as we continue bracket racing on the West Coast. Going to hand the microphone over to my good friend, Mr. Gary Carlson, for the next round.
Well, that was Nick at Night Bubble. It's just such a fine job here talking on the mic. Such a fine voice. Nick, so knowledgeable with all the drivers. Now we're going to get back into the time onlys. We got the non-shootout dragsters and people who lost in the first and second round. If you want to come back and take some time hits, you're more than welcome too. So we'll get going in the inaugural California Gold Rush. Now, if you have gone trip 0 today, or 007, or 002, come on up to the tower. We have stickers and cash for you. Okay, we're also ready for no box time runs. So if you got no box time runs, come on down. No box time runs. We need you down. Hi, Judy Terry. Hey, I didn't know that he was not in retirement. That's what John had posted on Facebook. So I was only commenting what I read. So you get to go ahead and say all you want to your loving husband, John. All right, Steve Will over here on the O'Reilly side in the dragster going against Carson Campbell from Olympia, Washington. So apparently, Glenn Terry isn't retired, guys. My bad. All right, Carson Campbell and Steve Will going at it head to head here, so you can go down the track the fastest. It's just time runs. It's just a beautiful day. It's a great day at the inaugural California Gold Rush. This is great. I hope we can do this every year. And without the coronavirus. We get bigger car counts because of that. We have a great race, great racing weekend on the 4th of July. It'd be beautiful to have this every year. All right, now we got Willie Flores and the Dragster to be announced. That's Carson Campbell out of Olympia, Washington, and Willie Flores out of San Angelo, Texas. Boy, that's a long way to come for a race, but there's a lot of money out here, so that's why these big hitters are out here. All right, door cars, time only, come on down. Door cars, time only, come on down. All right, Carson Campbell goes trip 0 on the tree. William Flores goes 008. I had to look at that twice, make sure I was reading it. He goes 484 at 143 miles. Now Carson Campbell goes 454 at 154. So hey, you know, Carson Campbell, send them on up to the tower, gets a trip 0 sticker. All right, John Prop from Auburn, California, and the dragster in the O'Reilly side, and from that famous family called Not On File in the Toyota side. Nice green dragster. Good lights by both. Toyota side was 053, Prop was 058, 481 at 143 for Prop. Toyota side 580 at 132. Dave Morgan, Concord, California. Toyota side Tanner Hyatt, Sparks, Nevada. Morgan goes 029 on the tree. Hyatt turns on the red light. 002 goes 446 at 156. Morgan goes 439 at 158. 029 on the tree. Justin Morgan from Concord, California. Jacob Stallworthy out of Boise, Idaho. in the Toyota side. So if you're looking to come out to Sonoma Raceway for this California inaugural Gold Rush, if you want to race tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, come on down. Just drive up and pay the fees. And you're in it for Friday's $10,000 race, Saturday's $20,000 race, or $10,000 on Sunday. So, hey, if you're listening and you say, hey, I got a car, I want to go race, come on down. John Tobias in his dragster. You know, there's an interesting story about John Tobias's dragster going against Jason Vanderpool in the O'Reilly side out of Redding, California. John Tobias built this dragster a couple years back as they pushed back Jason Vanderpool. Something happened. Never a good thing when you see everybody pushing the car backwards. But Tobias, he built this car to run 12 seconds in the quarter mile. Yeah, that was the whole idea. He wanted a 12-second dragster, believe it or not. And running Sportsman. He put a stock 305 crate motor in it. And the thing ran 12 seconds. But went battle with the NHRA, and finally they made a ruling on it and told him Sportsman cars have to have doors. And that's how he got not to be allowed to race that car in Sportsman. He goes, 20 on the tree. Red goes 598 at 112. So now what's he do? He took the stock 305, just put a cam in it, and now it's a 9-second car. Hey, you don't have to do much for a dragster to make it go fast. Don Naylor, Colfax, California. Chuck Hawk Sr. out of Tucson, Arizona. But if you got a chance, you want to check out a really cool little dragster, check out John Tobias's little grocery getter dragster. It's cool. Naylor turns on the red light, goes 441 at 158. 003 for Chuck Hawk Sr. goes 455 at 153. Chandler Mersey dialed in. Well, there's no dial. And Chuck Babcock out of Yorba Linda, California. He's retired from the law enforcement community. Okay. Over there in the O'Reilly lane. Once again, no box and door cars should be in the lanes. No box and door cars should be in the lanes. And all right, last car is Dylan Hugh, 2018 dragster, 17-year-old student. Hey, we got some youngins out here. All right, Brian Cam and Bill Taggart. Brian's got a new nickname, Crash Cam. All right, tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Door cars that are in the shootout for round number 3. Hey, let's come on down. They'll send you in the lanes, but door cars that are still in the shootout, come on down to lane for round number 3. All right, Brian webcam goes 006 on the tree, goes 814 at 84 miles an hour. Taggart turns on the red light. Went Roxanne 1142 at 62 miles an hour. Mark Bevan and Nick at Night Bublets. So door cars that are still in the shootout, come on down for round number 3. All right, Mark Beaven out of Clovis, California. His nickname is the Beav. In that 72 Duster. Can't be good to shut him backwards, and Nick at Night's going by himself, so something not good with the Duster. We're gonna watch them. Always love people pointing all different directions and the guy turning the car the wrong way. It's pretty interesting out here in the starting line when that happens. Nick at Night, 024 in the tree, goes 801 at 89 miles an hour. All right, tension in the pits, tension in the pits. No box, shootout, final to the lanes. No box, shootout, final to the lanes. Mike Murphy and Mike Cunningham, Clovis, California. In the Polera, going against Murphy from Campbell, California. Hey, I lived down there for like 20 years. The 91 Mustang LX. I went back a few years ago to see Campbell, California. Man, has it changed. 4th Street down there. I lived in South 4th. You go downtown Campbell, man, it was like the middle. It was like watching somebody totally changed what it was to when I was down there, man. Unbelievable change. Mike Murphy, 058 on a tree. Cunningham, 056, 630, 63 at 103. Murphy goes 1013 at 72. Rich Fernandez and Norman Bergman. 66 Mustang, 65 Mustang. I'll never forget watching Ford versus Ferrari when they brought out the Mustang and they're checking it out. And what the story, what he said about that was hilarious in the film. And if you don't want to see it, watch Ford versus Ferrari. You'll laugh your butt out what they said about the 64 Mustang, which is the 5 and the 6 anyway. Rich Fernandez goes 078 on the tree, goes 717 at 95 miles an hour. Norman Bergman goes 673 at 101. Brandon Luke, O'Reilly side. So once again, door cars shootout that are in the shootout, come down for your 3rd round, and no box shootout cars for your final. Man, that guy's went quick. All right, Luke was early, goes 003 red, goes 698 at 85 miles an hour. Jake Guadagnolo and Kevin Diadamo. Kevin Diadamo is sponsoring the live feed today from Drag Racer TV. So if you want to see what's going on, dragracer.tv, and look it up on YouTube and you'll find it and watch what we're doing. All right, Jake, 016 on the tree, goes 638 at 105. Diadamo, 051 red, goes 674 at 100. Ted Kilner going against Ray Coscianetto. For Roy Coscianetto goes 657 Nova, 75 Vega. All right, Ted Kilner goes 017 on the tree. Rory Castellanetto goes 049, goes 5 flat at 139 miles an hour. Ted goes 602 at 124. Mitch Horton and John Boots Burkett over here in the Nova, going against 68 Firebird. John Boots Burkett turns on the red light, 015 red. Horton goes 006, goes 621 at 110. John Boots Burkett goes 685 at 104. Larry Ball and Ken Snow, 69 Chevelle, going against that 71 pickup. Yeah, get in that scene about the Mustang when they first debuted it. Ken Miles was over there in that, and just looked at the BB, who was the vice president of Ford, said, if you take 20 pounds or 100 pounds off this front end and you change this and that and you change the wheelbase, then you might have a car and put a bigger engine in it. And him and that vice president never hit it off through that whole movie. Great movie though, great movie. Great scene. And the best part after he said all that, if you do all that to the car, he'd still buy a Chevy. All right, Larry Ball, 33 in the tree, goes 615, 111 miles an hour. Ken Snow turns on the red light, goes 564 at 122. John Murphy in the Corvette, going against Hugh Miller in the 72 Maverick. Murphy drilling a tree, 025 on tree, goes 542 at 126. Hugh Miller goes 669 at 104 to 011 on the tree. Rob Dayton and Kathy Ball going at it. All right, Rob Dating, 039 on the tree, goes 697 at 97 miles an hour. Kathy Ball, 005 on the tree. Great light by Kathy, goes 701 at 98 miles an hour. And the legendary Ted Seipel over here, Toyota side, and Dan Bagwell driving a Cougar. Ted's got out the Ferrari today. All right, Shootout Dragsters, come on down. Shootout Dragsters, come on down. That should be Door Car Shootout round number 3. No Box Shootout final round should be in the lanes. And now we are calling Shootout Dragsters. That should be for round number 3 for them too. All right, Jeff Bessard and Jeff Scales going at it. 2 ways to spell Jeff, one with a G and one with a J. And a couple extra letters in one with a G. 94 Chevy in the O'Reilly side. Going against the 98 GMC Sonoma. .658, 105 miles an hour for Jeff Bessard's FCOs goes 692 at 100. Justin Strom and Tim O'More in the 27T going against the 63 Corvette Roadster. Always like the old T-Buck, the T's that they got out here. Really nice cars. Mine is actually one of my favorite cars are the Bantam bodies. Or the ones with Fiat Torpolino bodies. Those are really cool. I love those Fiat Torpolinos. Does anybody know what Torpolino stands for? It's an Italian word. Tim O'More, 5'18" at 132. Justin Strom is 5'11" at 136. All right, here's Brian Crashcam in another car today out of Pacifica. Mel LaForbes out of Riverside, California, 57 Corvette. Yeah. Torpolino means mouse, little mouse, basically. So you go Torpolino Monte Gatteo Presso. It goes mouse with many cats chasing. The only word that I really know out of Italian after working for Italians for like 15 years in San Jose and for Roselli's Foreign Car Service. Learned a lot of Italian. Never could speak it, but I could understand it. Brian Cam turns on the red light, goes 657, 103 miles an hour. Mel goes 619 at 134, 029 on the tree. Ron Manley, Fairfield, California, 68 Camaro. Going against another Camaro over there in the O'Reilly side. He's on that family of not on file. And 024 in the tree for Ron Manley, goes 714 at 106 miles an hour. 050, 646 at 107 in the O'Reilly. Okay, Shootout Dragsters, round number 3, come on down. We'll point you in the right direction when you come there. It's going to probably be in a north position going up the hill. And that's usually the best way to go down this track. You don't want to go south because that means somebody's pushing you. David Cook out of Novato, California in that beautiful 55 T-Bird. And just thinking about it, you know, going east and west on this track isn't good either. All right, Cook goes 066 on the tree, goes 572 at 125. All right, this is the first round of third round of door car box for the shootout. Okay, we're in their third round. We got Dennis Paz down at 639 in the 41 Willys. Jonathan Fellow down in at 507 in the 67 Camaro. All right, we're going to go turn it over to the legendary Peter Biondo of Biondo Racing. He's out here from the East Coast, from Queens, New York. He's going to do this round. He's going to say hi to his wife and his son. So here he is, the legendary, the one, the only Peter Biondo.
Thank you, Gary. Let's not forget my daughter. She's pretty feisty if I don't say anything about her.
Well, you didn't tell me you had a daughter. Had a 50-50 chance.
True. Can't forget about Dennis Paz either, who just turned on the win light, and he'll move down to the round of 8. 015, one above for the win. And here comes Randy Cloud and Robert Butler. These are door cars box. Shooting it out for Fig Speed 25K. Robert Butler 017, Randy Cloud a little bit behind 024, double breakout win going to Robert Butler by 1 thou. Butler's 5 thou under, Cloud is 6 thou under. Sean Schaefer and Wes Anderson. Now Wes has been getting away with it. He's been getting some breaks, but you know what they say. You just need that one lucky round. He missed a tree first round, and I believe the car didn't shift, and his opponent was a few thou red. Second round, he was a little bit late, and the opponent went red. See what happens here. Can he get it all together? Well, he's within 6 thou. 0.26 for Wes. Sean Schaefer is 0.20, and Wes moves on. Wes Anderson on a double breakout, 12 thou under. Sean Schaefer is 17 thou under as the tailwind starts to blow these cars down the track. Seen some double breakouts, just saying. We will now make the call for dragster time runs. Dragster for your time run session. You are welcome to the stage and lanes now. Dragsters for your time run session. It's going to bring up the no box drivers. How about Cliff Hall and Jeff LaSalle? Now, I don't need to be from the West Coast to know these two guys. LaSalle is a hitter. Let's just keep it at that. Every time I tune into the live feed when Kyle says he's out in Sonoma or even Sacramento, every single time it seems like he's in the final. He's a killer off the bottom. Cliff Hall is 656 style. LaSalle 645. These guys are shooting it out for 25K. Who will be the last door car standing in no box? Both drivers doing their job off the bottom bowl. 0.20 for LaSalle, 0.30 for Cliff Hall. How about Jeff LaSalle doing what he does? 0.20 taking 6 thou to go 14 thou under. Cliff Hall was 0.30, followed him through by a little bit and went 18 thou under. So LaSalle will come back and face he will go into the door cars, the box door cars. Let's see what he could do there. And there will be, after this round, there'll be 4 door cars and 4 dragsters left, shooting it out for 25K as we start pairing up the dragsters for the Fig Speed 25K portion. I want to give a shout out to Nate Hershey, who will be here in a couple of days, or maybe tomorrow or Saturday morning. I'm not sure, Nate, but I know you're coming. That's all that counts.
It's going to be
So the race master, Georgia Seifel, pulls the dragsters into the burnout box. Should have 4 pair of dragsters here. Beautiful Thursday here at Sonoma Raceway. I want to thank Steve Page and Diana and all the girls that work in the office, all of the staff here at Sonoma Raceway that made this possible. It's been a little bit of a uphill battle with this COVID-19 situation. They worked hard at it. We're glad your racers showed up. And speaking of showing up, call your friends, call your cousins, call your enemies. Tell everybody to come. We have 3 good days of racing after this. It's going to be beautiful sunny skies. Nate Hershey's coming in to call some action. It's going to have that feel of those big buck bracket races that you see and hear about on the East Coast right here at Sonoma Raceway. DragRacerTV.com. Warren is in the house. All guaranteed. 10K tomorrow, 20K Saturday, and 10K on Sunday. 100% guaranteed by Sonoma Raceway. But right now we're shooting it out for 25 large. Here come your 4 pair of dragsters, Joe Levitt and Thomas Bear. Now Thomas Bear put down a heck of a run earlier. He was one of those B00 take 00 drivers. Let's see what he does here. Keeps it at a 458. Levitt's 504. Both drivers are green. Bear has the advantage. Should be able to turn it into a win light. Does not. Ouch. gives it back by 1 thou. Thomas Bear is 026, goes 2 over the dial to give it back 1 thou. Joe Levitt was 045, dead on with the 1, and just snuck around him down there. I don't think Bear ever actually got around him. 460 at 146. That's tough when you're starting to look and get closer to $25,000 and you have the guy 200 on a tree and just give it back by 1 thou. I've done it many, many times. Not a good feeling. Leroy Duran and Logan War. Leroy dials it in 487. He's a poker player, is his occupation. Logan War 463. Wow, how about 001 leaves second? And how about a 1-pack? Get some of this. 463, 1 on a 463 dial-in after a 000 reaction time. A 1-pack to a 3-pack. Leroy Duran is 001, goes dead on with a 2. Good night. Are you kidding me? That could be the race of the round, Warren. We might have to take a picture of that. Send it to the East Coast gang. Tell them, get some. You guys aren't the only ones that can do it. Chris Forsyth and Kazman. Wow, a one pack, a 1 thou package to a 3 thou package. That's going to be talked about all weekend. Well, Chris Forsyth has some room to work with, and Chris Forsyth puts up a 6 thou package. 004, dead on with the 2 for Chris. Kasdan was 021, drops to go 1 over. So out of the last 4 drivers down the track, a 6 thou package was 3rd place. Get some. Marco Parvolaris and Andy Morris. Expect to see some more of that right here. Marco. He's made it to the big time. All you have to do is call him Marco. No reason to pronounce the last name anymore. Marco stages it up, 442. Andy Morris driving Justin Lamb's car, dials 456. Another all-star battle. Another great reaction time for Marco. Can he turn it into a win light? He does. Marco Parvolaris, 004. 1 over the dial, 443 on a 442 to go down to the round of 8. Morris was 020 and he got there first by 2 thou and broke out by 2 thou. That was a round of racing right there. Marco's 004. Before him, Chris Forsyth puts up a 6 thou package. Before that, Duran loses with a 3 thou package to a 1 thou package.
I got the direction here.
Good. All right, attention to pits. No box for your time run session. If you want to make another hidden no box, you could bring it up to the staging lanes now. And a very special announcement. No, it's good. It's a good one. It's not an uh-oh moment. It's a good moment.
So I said, uh-oh, I was reading something.
I want to give a shout out to Saverio Biondo and Olivia Biondo tuned in at home. Let me see, what time is it at home? And to my wife Emily. So it's 5:46. It means Olivia's probably in the snack drawer. Mommy's probably getting dinner ready. Saverio's probably what's Saverio doing right now? Who knows? Maybe he's upstairs practicing karate or something. So shout out to my family listening at home. Love you guys. We are in California at the House of Big Nasty. Inaugural California Gold Rush. Special thanks to West Coast A&S, Yeager, Mark Yeager stepping up, helping out by sponsoring the inaugural event. Also shout out to Napa Valley B&G Tire, helping out with the live stream presented by B&G Tire. Thanks to Drag Racer TV. Warren making a trip. Warren drove from Houston back east to North Carolina, grabbed a couple of Red Bull, turned it right back around, put on his, what'd you say, classic rock? What were you listening to on your music?
My XM.
XM? Well, you got to give me more. XM is very general.
When you've got 42 hours in the car, you can listen to
Yeah, he goes through every single channel by the time he gets here.
You better not listen to country.
Turned it around and came out to California.
And I listen,
Good stuff.
I listen to Luke and Jed's podcast.
Luke and Jed's podcast, absolutely. That was your first time? Where you been all my life?
It's better than I expected.
Yeah, they are good at what they do for sure.
What's that?
Got Tracy Winters tuned in. What's up, Tracy? We're going to go in and out tonight.
They have some really nice things to say about Peter and Kyle all the time.
Yeah. So once again, no box for a time run session. You could bring them up. If you're a dragster and you want to make a time run, we are pulling them out right now. So last call for your dragster time run session. No box will follow that. Door cars time run session on standby. And I forgot to mention, my son Saverio crossed a milestone yesterday. He lost his first tooth. Now the big question is, how much money did the tooth fairy bring last night? $2? My guess was 50, and the tooth fairy gave you 2? This guy Gary doesn't even know you, and he was thinking 20.
That's what the standard is.
All right, listen. Well, I'm gonna have to have a talk with the tooth fairy. He likes gold coins. All right, gold coins are special. So, big milestone in the Biondo household. Saverio loses his first tooth. I'm FaceTiming them right now. They're tuned into Drag Racer TV. We are just getting We are just getting things kicked off here at the inaugural California Gold Rush.
How about the 1-pack versus the 3-pack?
Go ahead.
All right, guys, say I love you.
I love you.
Say good luck.
Good luck, Uncle Kyle. Uncle Kyle.
All right, we will now take box cars for your time run session. Box cars. Box door cars for your time run session. We will take you now. Oh, thank you. All right, door cars, time run session. We called you guys door cars for your time run session. You can bring it to the lanes now. All right, so we continue on with no box. We call the box cars for your time run session. Well, here are the pairings for the Fixed Speed 25K Shootout. We are not ready for you yet. We'll give you a couple of moments to cool down. But here are the pairings. It's Paz with lane choice over LaSalle. It's Butler with lane choice over Anderson. It's War with lane choice over Marco. And it's Forsyth with lane choice over Levette. Yeah, I want pause. All right.
I got school on that one.
There'll be a lot of schooling going on here because I'm.
I get half the names wrong, quarter of, bunch of times. I just keep going with the name until somebody tells me I'm saying it wrong.
You have to see us at the spring fling when the way someone. I mean, I'll just call a spade, when the way they fill out the tech cards and the names, and I'm looking at the screen, it looks like it's in another language half the time.
We get some on Wednesday nights that are, you look at them and go, yeah, it's, it's a Middle Eastern name. All right, Victorino turns on the red light, goes 007 red. Murphy goes 015 on the tree. Something happened to him and slows down. No, I don't think it really does slow down that car. It is a 10-second 8th mile car. That was a legendary Pito Biondo over here on the mic. He'll be back here in a few minutes. John Victorino goes 7:45 at 92 miles an hour. Murphy goes 10:14 at 72. Norman Bergman over here in the Toyota side, going against Dwayne Opperman. He showed up today, takes some hits, goes 001 red. Opperman goes 7:38 at 91 miles an hour. Norman Bergman goes 6:73 at 101. Matty Hasner out of Cool, California, 82 Camaro in the O'Reilly side. Toyota side, another Camaro. It looks like a 66 or 67 Camaro. So nice listening to Peter Biondo. The accent reminds me of where I grew up in upstate New York. Sounds the same. Almost wants me to go, well, let me make that one last tour. Go back there next year, maybe once the coronavirus everything is taken care of. And go see the old stomping grounds. Say hi to people that are still there in that town. Matty Hasner goes 018 on tree, goes 612 at 111 miles an hour. Toyota side goes 059 red, goes 649 at 107. Shelby Williams, 71 Nova, and Toyota side Kevin Diadamo, who is sponsoring dragtv.com or dragracertv.tv. There we go. Live stream presented by B&G Tire. That's Kevin Diadamo's company. So he's doing dragracer.tv. So if you want to tune in and watch us, that's where you go. Put up the wheels as Kevin Diadamo turns on the red light. Goes 012 on the tree. Shelby Williams goes 089, goes 681 at 100 miles an hour. Diadamo 670 at 101. Greg Hicks, O'Reilly side, Ted Van Mitty III, out of San Geronimo, California, in the dragster. Yeah, we got dragsters going down for time runs. All right, Greg Hicks goes 005 on the tree, goes 466, 147 miles an hour. 10 Vin Mitty goes 515 at 132. We have red light, 037. Time runs, it don't matter. You're just looking to push the tree and see where you're at, get all your boxes adjusted. right, Jeff Scales and Mike McBear in the old 86 Corvette, the 94 Chevy. It's been a great day so far at racing, man. We couldn't ask for better weather. Anything. I mean, the temperature's fine. The wind's not bad. Beautiful day in Northern California in scenic Sonoma County. Good lights by both. McBear goes 004 to the 041 of Scales. Scales goes 684 at 101 miles an hour. Mike McBear goes 615 at 110. All right, the 8 remaining cars in the shootout come to the back of the lanes to ladder up. So the 8 remaining cars in shootout, we need you to the back of the lanes. We will ladder you up back there. So come on down. We're getting down to the money rounds. This is it, man. You guys are going for some big bucks here real shortly. You guys are deep in it who are still left, the 8 cars. Go head over there. Mitch Horton turns on the red light, goes 623 at 110 miles an hour. Tim O'More goes 594 at 117. All right, Larry Ball doing a time run against Kathy Ball, the husband and wife going at it. The better of the 2 lights. We have True Start here. So the one who's closest to 0 would have taken the win, and that was Kathy. And Larry, something happened. He is just going really slow, hoping nothing bad happened to that truck. So door cars that are left in the shootout to the back of the lanes. Door cars left in the shootout to the back of the lanes. Come on down. There should be about like 8 of you, I think, or something like that. Let me see where it's 4 of you. Well, that's hard to ladder up. There's only 4 left in that, and then we'll be in the 2, and then we'll be in the 0, and then we'll figure out who's going to win for the big bucks. All right, Kenny Snow and Brian Crash Cam out of Pacifica. One day you're going to have to ask Brian, if you know him, why am I calling him Crash Cam? All right, Kenny Snow goes 563 at 122 miles an hour, goes 001 on a tree. Cam Early, 033 red, goes 660 at 103 miles an hour. Keith Richards out of Windsor, California, and that Challenger. Gotta love Challengers. I believe that's a 70. Yes, it is. The only year that Dodge got that car right was 1970. They hit the body style, they hit it right, it was a home run, and then they go to 71 and they mess it up from every year after that until they stopped production. Until they started the new ones and they got that right, and they've actually been getting it better and better and better. But that right there was the best year ever for the Dodge Challenger, 1970. And David Mersey out of Escondido, California, in the 05 Cavalier. See, it's in my New York accent and stuff like that. I do get things off just a hair. He goes 485 on 143.008 on the tree. Keith Richards says, I'll do better than that. I go 004 with a 605 at 116. '72 Plymouth Cuda. Now that was about the year they got it right. 70, 71. The Cuda they got right. Gordon Bovin. Jacob Stolworthy in the '67 Chevelle. Chrysler. There's only a few years that Chrysler did get it right. The '70 Challenger, they got nailed it when they started to get into the '70s. The Cuda took about 2 years to get it right. '71, '72 when they introduced the Cuda. They had the Barracuda when they first came out. Then they went into the Performance One Cuda, and then they hit a home run with that until they messed that one up too. And Chrysler, they have a tendency to mess it up after. They just can't improve. They think they improved on the bodies over the years. No, they did not. I've got to say, they really ruined cars real quick, did Chrysler. 566, 124 for Gordon. He goes 024 in the tree. Jacob was early, 009, goes 561 at 123. Ron Manley, and I think that's going to be about it. And we're going to be into some more of the shootout cars coming up here in a minute. So once again, all door cars that are left in the shootout to the back of the lanes, please. I think there's like 4 of you. Manley goes 715 at 106. All right, we're going to take a small break here until we get everybody situated in the shootout. We'll figure out who's coming out first, or second, or third, but we'll get it all straightened out. And we'll probably get me, or Nick, or Peter to call this round. and he could drop me one off today.
All right, attention to pits. We will now take the dragsters for your time run session. Dragsters for a time run session. So here we are getting ready. Call your friends. Tell them to log on to dragracertv.com. $25,000. Yes, we are. Really good local matchup to kick things off. Oh, wait a second. They're kind of related, aren't they? So where is Stephanie? She in the middle? That will tell a tale on. She's on Pop's side? Oh boy. All right, here we go. A little family matchup. Jeff LaSalle off the bottom. And he is one of the best off the bottom. Dennis Paz in a pickup truck, left lane, off the top. Cannot take him lightly. So Jeff is dating Dennis's daughter. And Dennis's daughter, Stephanie, is standing on the left-hand side of the track. I'm just saying. So first matchup, 643 dial for the bottom bulba, right lane, Jeff LaSalle, Dennis Paz, 640. Fig speed, $25,000, California Gold Rush. The bottom bulba was 11, Paz was 006. Let's take this to the finish line and give it to the bottom bulba. You gotta just tip the cap right there to the bottom bulba, who's down to the final four. Jeff LaSalle's 011, 2 over the dial. Dennis Paz is 006. Just didn't run it. 5 above. 645 at 107. You're right, I think he just didn't run it. He didn't kill too much. 108 mile per hour, 645, that's pretty close. Robert Butler and Wes Anderson. Now, Wes has been kind of getting by this, what did they say? I don't know how to say this. Yeah, no comment. I just talked to him, so he's having fun with it. He missed a tree the first 2 rounds, got away with it. Here he is with 8 left and has a chance. He's 023. Robert Butler is 019. Give the win light to Wes. Hey, it might just be his day. Let me tell you, 023 1 over. That's by far his best lap of the weekend, of the day. And he did need it. Butler was 019, got that first 19 thou and broke out by 3 thou. So Wes was kind of cracking jokes out there upon himself and saying he's been all over the place. He didn't shift 1 round. I said, well, you got to let go first, then you worry about shifting, because he was 070, then he was 050. But he's creeping up and down on it. He's at 020 now, and he's down to 4. So kudos to him. That's it. He's ready.
I got away with not shifting. I just got CO2 shifter. It does it for me.
There you go.
That's the only way.
Count on him. Count on the electronics when you have him. Chris Forsyth and Joe Levitt. Forsyth was a 6 thou package last round. I think Levitt had a good package as well. See who brings it here for the big money. How about 003 to 009, 8th mile clocks, win light, left lane, Chris Forsyth. 009 gets their first 0006. That's doing work at both ends. 451 on a 449. Levitt was 003 and couldn't run it. 3 above, 507 at 135. A little bit tricky here. I tell you, this is one of the trickiest tracks when it comes to wind. Thankfully, we're running 8th mile, so it has less of an effect, but there was a strong tailwind. Now it's almost going a little bit more side. Changing it up a little bit. Logan War had a 1 thou package last round. He's taking on Marco. No need for his last name. When you make it to this stage, When you pass check all the check boxes, and you just call him Marco. Everybody knows who he is. And Marco, back-to-back 004s for the kid. Marco, 004, 442 at 157 to pick up the win. Logan War was 011 red. So it looks like wind changed direction just a little bit. Blowing a little bit left to right before it was blowing down track, and cars slowed up a little bit, but
Marco, Jeff, Wes, and who's the other one?
But Forsyth is looking strong. Marco Pervolara's back-to-back 004 reaction times.
Okay, Forsyth get it?
So interesting semifinals. I don't have the ladder yet. Well, the ladder is door cars versus dragsters. All right, so LaSalle, here is the final four. On the door car side, it's LaSalle with lane choice over Anderson. Yes, that's Jeff LaSalle off the bottom with lane choice over Wes Anderson. We love you, Wes. You're going to wind up winning this whole thing. It might be your day. But Jeff LaSalle, lane choice over Anderson. And Marco with lane choice over Forsyth. It's going to be one to watch. Stay tuned. California Gold Rush. We're just getting this party started. The House of Big Nasty. 10K to win tomorrow, 20K to win on Saturday, 10K to win on Sunday, all 100% guaranteed by Sonoma Raceway. We will have a time run session, one time run session for everybody tomorrow morning.
I'd eat at that restaurant, House of Big Nasty.
And here is the plan for the remainder of the day. We have dragsters in the lanes for their time run session. After dragsters, we will call no box. We will start the last and final session. So if you want to make a time run, I know a lot of you guys had 5 and 4 and 5 and 6 already, but if you want to make another hit, we are going to have one complete session, and it will be a wrap. So after dragsters, we'll put no box in the lanes, then we'll call no box in the lanes, then we'll do door cars and then dragsters. And that will be the last session. Unless you're a late arrival. If you have friends that came late, haven't made a hit down the track, we'll squeeze you in. So one more complete session after the dragsters go. We'll start with no box. There'll be one more complete session. And that will be it. If you have any friends on the way, no problem. If they haven't had a run, we'll squeeze them in.
No shit, that never happens.
All right, no box. Come on down for your final time run session of the day. No box. Come on down. All right, drivers suit up in 12 and 13. Drivers suit up in lanes 12 and 13. Once again, door cars back at a, let me start that all over again. All right, no box. No box should be coming down to the lanes for your last time run. No box. Come on down to the lanes for your last time run. All right, here's David Maya and Dylan Hogue. Yeah, I got it right, Hogue. Haug, Dylan Haug. All right, I got to put an L in it for some reason. It was like I had a name that was just driving me crazy for about 7 months up here one day. And I couldn't get it right. Jim McComb, I did everything for me to get it. And one day it just tripped in my mind. I go, Steve Del Buono. I was thinking of butane lighter. So, Steve Del Buono. That's how I came up with that. Got that one finally. I could not get that name for the life of me. And Dylan Hogg in the O'Reilly side. And he's got the dragster. Well, it's all dragsters. Time runs. Door cars, time run, come on down. Door cars for your last time run, come on down. Door cars, come on down. All right, Meyer goes 481 at 145 miles an hour, 020 on the tree. Dylan Holg goes 012 on the tree, goes 476 at 145. John Tobias and Sean Schaefer. All right, here we go. We got Mark Campbell taking the last pass down here in the O'Reilly side. All right, Brian Cashcam and Nick Bublitz going at it. Nick Bublitz in the Corvette. Brian Cashcam in the 84 Firebird. Brian got the better of the two lights. He goes 017, goes 8006 at 84 miles an hour. Bublitz 060 on the tree, goes 801 at 89 miles an hour. Bill Taggart and Mark Bevan. The Duster going against the Taurus. Taggart turns on the red light, 014 on the tree. Mark Bevan is 108, so, you know, Bill's got a little work to do before his one hit tomorrow morning. He goes 1132 at 63 miles an hour. Mark goes 672 at 101. All right, Cliff Hall taking another hit at the tree. Doing a little time run here in the Falcon. Mike Cunningham in the Polera. Cliff goes another 006 red. Goes 655 at 105 miles an hour. Mike Cunningham goes 663 at 102. Dwayne Opperman, the 67 Camaro. Norm Bergman in the 66 Mustang. Once again, if you're going up to Sacramento next weekend, they're going to have Ford versus Chevy over there for a weekend on Sunday. It's Saturday they have that. It's going to be up there. That'd be a cool race, Ford versus Chevy. If you have a Chevy-powered car or a Ford-powered car, you go up there and you can race it. All right, tension in the pits, tension in the pits. We need semifinalists for the shootout to come on down to the lanes right now. Semifinalists for the shootout, come on down to the lanes. Also, door cars, we need you to come down to the back of the lanes to go for your last time run. Door cars for your last time run. Okay, once again, semifinal shootout. Guys going for the 25 grand. Come on down. We're going to put you 4 cars out there, semi-finalists. All right, Mike Murphy and Shelby Williams, 041 for Mike Murphy. He goes 10, this is, believe it or not, 10-12 in the 8th mile at 72 miles an hour. All right, Matty Hasler over here in the Toyota side. So once again, door cars to the back of the lanes for your last time run. Semi-finalists in the shootout, come on down. All right, Leroy Durham goes 729 at 93 miles an hour. Sean Steele Jr. and Mel LaForbes in the 57 Corvette going against the 97 Firebird in their time runs. So once again, semifinalists in the shootout, come on down.
Tom Lindemann, Mitch Horton, your next pair. Mitch, retired firefighter in the Cambird. He goes 001 on the tree. 620, 109. Ron Manley, Kathy Ball, battle of the first-gen Camaros here. 68 for Ron Manley, the Toyota side. 69 Camaro, Kathy Ball, the O'Reilly lane. Nice 013 light for Kathy Ball. Ron Manley goes fourth, thou on the bad side. Final door car coming up now, and it's Brian Cam, Killicam, coming up in his Super Pro Firebird out of Pacifica, the O'Reilly side. Brian's really decided to step it up this year. Not only has he been running his two no-box cars, he decided to pick up this Firebird for Super Pro practice to get used to the top bulb so he can drive the dragster that he also bought. He goes 666 with a 103 as Dave Cook pulls up to the starting line in his beautiful Thunderbird. .52 on the tree for David Cook. He's going to be adjusting that delay box almost certainly. He goes 572 at, we'll call that 125. That wraps up the session here. Getting ready for the next round of the Fig Speed $25,000 shootout. They're back there in the staging lanes. Jeff LaSalle, Chris Forsyth, Marco Paravalaris, and Wes Anderson. Back there discussing the business. Gonna see how this goes down. This is just the first of 4 days of racing here at the inaugural California Gold Rush at Sonoma Raceway. The Fig Speed 64 car shootout is what you've been watching today. $25,000 to win. It's the highest paying race of this weekend. For those of you watching at home on Drag Race TV, we'd like to thank you for tuning in to the live stream presented by B&G Tire and Mr. Kevin Diadamo. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Napa Valley B&G Tire, for your sponsorship of the live stream. Going to be coming to you on this channel all weekend long, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. While we have a moment, just going to remind everybody that you do need to be observing COVID-19 protocols. What does that mean to you? That means if you are on site here in the facility, you should be wearing your face mask at all times. You should also be observing a 6-foot social distance whenever possible. These are orders that were handed down to us from the Sonoma County Health Officer. Please help us stay safe, help yourself stay safe, and help keep the racetrack open by following these directives. We would appreciate it. Looks like Dave Mazier's coming up, maybe, for another time hit. Yeah, I was right. It's Dave Mazier, the Cavalier Roadster. Another Super Pro time trial here. We're letting those shootout guys cool off for another minute and get everything in order. 004 on the tree, 487 for Dave Mazier. All right, final time session for the dragsters. Should be in the lanes if you're not already. Final time session. Dragsters should be in the staging lanes if you're not already. Come on down. It's going to be your last crack at it today. All right, here comes the semifinal of the $25,000 Fig Speed Shootout. First pair out's going to be Jeff LaSalle and Wes Anderson. Jeff LaSalle, Cloverdale runner, the 67 Coronet, 644 the dial. It's your first pair to see who gets to the final round. That's usually how a semi works. 540, Wes Anderson, runner out of La Mirada, California, the Roadster, Toyota side. Going to be chasing the bottom bulber, the last bottom bulber in the game. None other than Mr. Jeff LaSalle Jr. on the O'Reilly side in the beautiful 67 Coronet. All right, pre-staged. Wes Anderson staged. Jeff LaSalle, bump, 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 bump. There he goes. Tree drops. Clean and green on both counts. Down there at the finish line. Scoreboard lights up. How about Mr. Jeff LaSalle? He goes 14 on the tree, dead on 8. How about 22 total? Wes Anderson was 32 on the tree, and mathematically that just ain't going to work. So going to see Jeff LaSalle in the final, and will he meet Chris Forsyth or Marco Paravalaris? Gary, why don't you tell me who he's going to meet?
Well, we got either Chris Forsyth or Marco. Marco's been dead on 2 times in a row. He's in the semifinals out of Petaluma, California. Chris Forsyth's been living a little bit on the edge. He's dialing at 450, Marco 444, so you ain't going to see much of a difference in the bulb. Jeff LaSalle is in the finals, so he's going to face either Chris or Marco in the finals.
Well, it's always great to see a bottom bulb versus top bulb final.
Well, it's going to be, yeah, especially when it's going to be a dragster against a door car. This is going to be entertaining, to say the least, when we get to the final round. So here we go. Marco, Chris Farnsworth. Who's it going to be? Marco's in. Chris is in. Here we go. Lights are down. They're both away green. Oh, Marco fell asleep at the light, but takes the loss. Marco goes 021. What was Marco thinking on that one? Chris Farnsworth takes the win with a 009 wipe. So it'll be Chris Farnsworth and Jeff LaSalle in the finals. This will be a good race. LaSalle's been on the tree. Chris has been on the tree. Marco made it to the semis. It's going to be a bottom bulb door car and a top bulb dragster. That's going to be very interesting in the finals. So $25,000 is up for grabs in the next round. All right, we're back into some time in the time onlys right now. We got Tim O'More and Chuck Hawk Sr. All right, Chuck Hawk Sr. goes 5:29. Dylan Haug. Yay, I got it right. I'm not going to try it again, but I got it right. Over here for his last time run of the day in the Toyota side. And Dylan goes 475 and 146 miles an hour. 016 on the tree. Well, just to let you know, we're going to be back here again tomorrow on Friday doing this all over again, but this time without the fixed speed.
What's the run order for?
I will have tomorrow's run order posted either later today or first thing tomorrow morning. But tomorrow we are going for $10,000. The runner-up will get $2,500. Semis, if you make it there, you get $750. That's not bad for a day's worth of work. Yeah, this is all Pinello Racing engines for the next 3 days. You know, we got some good packages here. Best losing packages each day. They got A1 performance torque converters. They've got Goodyear's got a set of rear tires. Hoosier's got a set of rear tires. Mazir, they got a $500 gift certificate. CRE, Kazna Racing. He's got a $500 gift certificate. Proline's got a starter and $100 cash. And who else we got? LSM, got a $500 gift certificate. Man, there's a lot of good stuff out there. Sometimes it pays to lose, but I don't want to lose. If I was here, I want the 10 grand. You guys all be scared. If I was there, I was going to take the 10 grand. But being semi-retired. All right, Jason Vanderpool and John Tobias. Hey, Tobias turns on the red light, goes a little bit Roxanne there. Jason Vanderpool goes 024 and 3, goes 483, 142. Tobias 602 at 112. All right, we're waiting for the finals of that Fig Speed $25,000 shootout. It's going to be Jeff LaSalle and Forsyth going against it. Forsyth in the top bulb dragster, LaSalle bottom bulb in it. In the Cornet? Yeah, it's got to be a 69 Cornet. Oh, 70? 67. Oh, 67 Cornet. I was close. I was a year off. Did you come in the back way today? You got to go out the back way. Well, we got to give a good shout out to John Terry. He's out there tonight working the lanes. He's out there right now sweeping up. He's been, I walked over there and went by there, and I got to say, John Terry actually keeps it cleaner than I've ever seen anybody keep the staging lanes and the water box since I've been here. And that includes me. We're getting a bow. Yeah, make him take a bow. Make him take a bow. All right, there he is, John Terry. Hats off to him. Chris Bracey's out there making sure he knows what's going on. Now she's directing him out. Pick that piece of paper up right there. No, I don't want to pick it up. Well, it looks like we only got 2 more cars to go down the track. That's going to be Jeff LaSalle and Chris Forsythe going down the track. That's it. That's it for today. Once they're done, we're going to hand out a big check to somebody today. So either Jeff LaSalle or Chris Forsythe are going to be in the Sunoco victory lane in a few minutes. At the end of the day, get in the winner's circle picture taken with a big $25,000 check, the Happy Gilmore style. Keep it in the back of your car, get a whole bunch of them. Yep. Then go take them to the bank. Well, we're going to send another one down here on a timer on Chuck Hawk Sr. in the dragster. All right, we need the shootout finalists to the lanes. The shootout last 2 cars. Jeff LaSalle and Chris Forsythe, we need you to the lanes. Come on down. $25,000 is on the line. Well, it looks like Chris Hawk Sr. hit it, and then he said, I don't like how it feels, and hopefully he can make it all the way up the track. He did not look very well at about the 60-foot mark at all. It got really good vibration in that car and then shut it down. The question is he going to make it? Yes, he makes the turn, so fire safety can back up. Good guess on that one, guys, but we didn't need you. All right, looks like Jeff LaSalle and Chris Forsythe have showed up, and now they're just going to get in their cars, get all strapped in, and we'll get to send them down the track and see what happens. I'd like to be racing for 25 grand right about now. It'd be really a thrill. I know Nick over here would like to. Yeah, but you're going to be racing for 10 grand tomorrow, aren't you? It's close. So Nick's a little excited.
Win 2 days now.
He said he's going to win 2 days to make 25 grand. And if you do win 2 days, I want 10% of the finder's fee. So I'm hoping you guys all out there and girls had a great day at the inaugural California Gold Rush opening day, man. We got 3 more days of this. This is going to be a great time. 3 more days. So after this run, if you haven't already do it, think about what you're going to do for dinner. Are you going to barbecue? Are you going to go somewhere? You know, we're in the middle of like nowhere. Well, you can go to Sonoma. Sonoma's not far away. All right, we're going to let the legendary Peter Biondo call the finals when we get going. So I'm going to turn the mic back over to Peter, and he's going to give some more talking about what's going on for the next 2-3 days.
Appreciate that, Gary. Tell you what, coming from the East Coast, I'm not sure I can get used to this weather. It's just rough.
What do you mean? There's no humidity.
80 degrees, not a cloud in the sky, wine country. Are you kidding me?
It's terrible.
It really is terrible. I feel bad for you guys.
Here they come.
Wait till it gets to be 100 degrees out here.
I'll take it. I'll take the 100 degrees and no humidity for a couple of weeks. So you could have our 12 degrees and 3 feet of snow for 2 months.
No, that's like 3 months.
3? Yeah, I can't fool you. You're a true New Yorker.
Yeah, I know. I grew upstate.
Well, here it is. The final round, fig speed, $25,000 on the line. We couldn't have asked for a better final. Dragster with a box and Jeff LaSalle off the bottom. Now Chris has got to be thinking, all right, he doesn't have a box. Should I add a couple of thou in? I mean, there's more of a human element without a box, but don't do it, Chris. This guy's killer. Keep it tight. He was 14 dead on last round, and pretty sure he's set up right for that 14, 15, 18 thou package again. I'm calling an 010 LaSalle. I've watched him many times. He's money. And 19 total, yep.
But he was 004 on the tree last time.
So I guess you could say he's an underdog. He doesn't have a box, but for those of us who know better, it's not a handicap for him. But Chris Forsyth, he is well known on the West Coast. He promotes the West Coast Bracket Race Series, and he absolutely knows how to get it done in the final round.
NorCal versus SoCal.
So a little I'm not too familiar with the battle between NorCal and SoCal, but apparently there is. And left lane is SoCal, right? Yeah, he's like one of those Beach Boys over there, the surfer dudes. And Jeff LaSalle, door card dragster. Door card dials it in 644. Chris Forsyth, 450. And Chris missed it. Chris flat missed a tree, and Jeff LaSalle made him pay. Jeff LaSalle was 019 and had him covered at 10th on the starting line. Slowed it down at the finish line, goes 99 miles per hour to go 6 above and pick up the win. How about the bottom bulber to start the week off at the inaugural West Coast A&S California Gold Rush? $25,000 Richard Jeff LaSalle. He has some pocket change to play for the rest of the weekend. That's good stuff right there.
That is a great race.
So
Bulber takes the biggest money of the weekend. What time tomorrow morning, Kyle?
all right, so $25,000. Congratulations, Jeff LaSalle. Congratulations. Hey, especially, he should get a bonus. He should get at least a pat on the back or a hug from his girlfriend. He did it off the bottom, man. That is saying something.
She's right over there. She's giving thumbs up.
Yeah, absolutely. Stephanie, get a cold beer ready for him.
That's his daughter.
No, that's...
Yeah, that's his girlfriend, right.
Congratulations, Chris Forsyth. Great day of racing here to start things off. Again, we appreciate everybody who showed up. The circumstances are certainly different these last few months, and I'm sure everybody has their war stories. Everybody has something to say about what went on. I know from New York, it's been a totally different world, but life is showing a little bit of sign of being back to normal. And call your friends. Let's make this a packed house this weekend, because the house of Big Nasty wants to be packed, and the Sonoma staff wants to do it again next year. So call your friends, have them show up. We have all guaranteed money. Got a decent crowd for the Thursday. Need to get you guys and gals to call some of your friends to come for the 10K, 20K, and 10K guaranteed payouts. Show your support so that we can have it again next year. And the schedule for tomorrow is as follows. So attention, the schedule for the Pinella Race Engines Friday 10K is as follows. Gates will open. The credentials will open at 7 a.m. Parking, 7:15. So if your buddies are coming, you can tell them parking will open up at 7:15. If they're still on their way tonight, we're going to be parking until 7:15 tonight. And then we will start parking again 7:15 in the morning. Tech will open at 8 o'clock for all the new arrivals. We will have one time run session. So everybody will get one time run tomorrow. That will start at 8:15 with the run order as follows. This is going to be the run order for the remainder of the weekend. It will start with no box. We will then get into box door cars and then box dragsters. We have two colors. You have either a blue or gold run sticker color, but more than likely, we're not going to need to separate you by color, depending on how many cars show up overnight. So, no box, be ready 8:15 for your one and only time run session. Box cars, you will follow no box. You'll probably get you guys down the track right around 8:40, 8:45. And then dragsters, you will follow the box cars. Everybody will get one time run. We will then get right into it for the first main event day, the Pinella Race Engines 10K Friday. There will be, for round one losers, there will be buybacks available. Buybacks will be $120 to buy you for the round one losers that wish to buy their way back into the program. Buybacks will be available at the front gate registration office. So if you lose first round, there will be an opportunity to buy back for $120 to get back in the 10K program. That will be at the registration office at the front gate. Depending on how many cars we have, we'll go through the day, and time pending, but according to the Big Nasty, there's a pretty good chance we'll have an opportunity to have a 32-car shootout tomorrow. So racers, stay tuned to the PA. Stay tuned to Kyle's Facebook page, and we'll make some announcements there. But there's a good chance tomorrow, as the main event gets going, if everything's going well, and if we have the car count that we're thinking, probably right around 200 cars, depending on who shows up overnight, we will likely have a shootout. A 32-car shootout, but we will announce more of that as the day goes on. So once again, thanks for coming. We appreciate all the sponsors, all the racers, and have a good, safe night. We will see you tomorrow morning.